to the fans of the game. So, I thought the next best thing, I know Dark Souls 2 is very popular to the fans. I also really like playing it. And I'm currently struggling a little bit with finding my bearings in the game. So what I thought I would maybe do, I don't like the idea of playing the game, so I thought a little bit of this, about this, and I thought, well, you know, is it really fun for me to spend the whole, you know, stream running around looking for things in this game? Because I also have no idea how close to the end we are. And I thought about it a bit about it. I'm like, well, you know, I could just go offline and I could sort of navigate around. I actually started doing that a little bit, although I think I put myself back to where we finished last cast. And I thought it was, you know, then I thought it's like, well, you know, I could watch my VODs again, but I'm like, that's a lot of gameplay, so I don't think that's a very realistic path for, you know, for figuring out where I am in this game. So I thought I'd at least try it out. So according to this, I've been in the game for about 37 hours. So obviously I'm not going to be able to recreate, or I'm not going to be able to watch all of the material here. Now there was one person who I haven't talked to in a while that I thought I should maybe do. Now, usually talking with people in this game, you know, I get little bits of the story, but we've sort of been hitting some repeats. But anyways, I wanted to talk with some people in the area, just sort of see what's going on, see if I can get any more information. And then I thought I would sort of go through the areas, and I'd go through them pretty comprehensively, but of course the flip side to this is that I also get to sort of explore the different areas and see what's going on. So I don't necessarily need to worry about you know, being too boring, because I'll have stuff that kills me. And it'll give me a chance to sort of get reacquainted with the game and see what's going on. Blagon T, thank you very much for the auto host, as always.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way.
So presumably the king that she's talking about is not the old Iron King that we beat last time.
For when the undead dies, it is never truly dead, but only one step closer to hollowing. Not all undead are hollows, but all hollows were once undead.
Okay, so we've heard that dialogue before. I haven't talked with her recently, so...
You've been long away. What would you like? Well, I've only one thing to provide, and we both know what that is. You know how they call this place Drang Lake, right? Well, in the old lore, in stories and the like, they said it had another name. What was it? Well, I don't know. It's just something I heard. Since long, long ago, many kingdoms have risen and fallen on this very spot. Each like a great flame that turns to soot. Maybe that's why people don't remember much about the past.
Thank you for the host, the Rambler 146.
You see that blacksmith over there? Is he one of those hollows? He seems to keep eyeing me up. He sort of looks like my father. He's a blacksmith too, you see. The poor man's such a worrywart. But he wouldn't follow me out there, would he? I was born in a land to the west, Vulcan, famous for its merchants. There were great bustling cities. But for me, they were suffocating. And so I set out in search of stones in faraway lands. There are dangers, for certain, but I much prefer to live this way. the life of me, I can't remember how I ended up here. It's as if I were drawn to the place, or lured in. Oh, I don't know. These stones may look all the same, but to the trained eye, each is unique. Some of them are used to smith weapons and armor, and some unique stones provide special benefits. Some of them are extremely rare and should be used with great thrift.
Flow Fantasy, thank you for
None of
those.
the differences are easily spotted, but I've learned quite a lot, really. You know how they call this place? Well, in the...
So, this was a really interesting little chain of dialogue. This is one of the...
Suit yourself.
Actually, let's take a look and see what's in the cells. Hearing about the... Oh yeah, I gotta see what it costs to upgrade my stuff, too.
No interest. Suit yourself.
So the material about how, many kingdoms have risen and fallen here is interesting to me. I don't know if the implication here is that this is supposed to be the same place, which we know as Lordran, or not. Also this tidbit that the blacksmith thinks she is his daughter, where she, says that he looks like her dad, but she doesn't believe he is. This is also interesting to me. Especially because she's a very attractive woman, one's naturally inclined to think that she has the true side of things, whereas I suspect something has happened to her memory, and the blacksmith is speaking the truth. This is mostly just because all of her other dialogue indicates that she is has a somewhat confused recollection of things. So let's see what the blacksmith has to say now that we have this revelation about his relationship with his daughter.
I knew you'd be around soon. Go on, show me what you've got. My witless daughter finally came home. Just as oblivious as she's always been. Well, at least now I can keep an eye on her. Stones, try asking my daughter. You might be surprised. Now, don't go near that scum near the pit.
Oops.
The scoundrel's name is Gilligan, and he's infamous in our hometown. Yes, everyone's heard of him, as he always manages to stir up trouble.
How you doing, Nate? Good to see you again.
Gilligan can certainly be helpful at times, but he's a real conniver when it comes to...
Hey, there you are, Johnny Big Time.
There are even people out for his life. And you can bet he brought it on himself.
I know I was mentioning I was going to do Battlefield 1 tonight, Johnny Big Time, but I didn't... I fell asleep and I wasn't sure who was going to be awake, so I thought that maybe Dark Souls 2 and trying to figure out where the hell I am in this game might be a better exercise. I already had, one person come in and vanish. I suppose we can change it up to Battlefield 1 again in the last story if you guys would like to see, but if I can at least save it for Jess, that would maybe be the best approach.
Drat. You're worse than my reckless daughter. Don't spend your whole life in transit, you hear?
See, the other thing that I'm getting about this now, hearing his version of the dialogue and that, maybe I shouldn't just automatically be taking his side of it as well. He constantly refers to her as his witless daughter. He's taken possession of her, but there isn't necessarily any reason. Makes sense, Johnny Big Time. Yeah, I don't quite know your work schedule, so I wanted to be a little cautious in terms of what I went through with. I don't think there's going to be any major stuff that happens on this playthrough. I actually debated about doing a lot of this stuff in private, but then that loses out on I mean, one, I don't get to record that for posterity, and two, I mean, I don't know. I think I can still find some interesting stuff as I go through the game. So.
You need souls to repair and improve equipment.
I think we've heard this
I
stuff
know the
before.
way of smithing. But don't waste your souls on my witless.
Yeah, go back through the cycle. Okay, what does he have to offer? Okay, so I suppose I should start considering my position so far as my weapons are concerned, because I don't know if I'm going to be getting anything better than what I currently have. So I do have enough to upgrade the Red Rust Sword with my Twinkling Titanite. Let's do that. And as for my gear, I need Twinkling Titanite for all of it. Alright, so I've pretty much jumped in the best defense is a good offense. There has to be a better way to get Twinkling Titanite other than from the crystal lizards.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Alright. The person I originally wanted to talk to was the cat.
Oh, who are you again? No, I'm not serious. You do have a rather pleasant scent. The type I'm quite fond of.
Alright.
Have you made friends with the man by the sea? He's lost everything. Absolutely everything. The only thing he's good for now is a few tidbits on covenants.
Hey, booty snagglers.
Covenants are a type of, well, contract, you might say. You give something to gain something. That's the way humans like it, right? It might be just the thing you need. But what does a cat know? Did you see that oddly formed rock behind here? Long ago, they called it Victor's Stone, as I recall.
I think this is for the Covenant that makes stuff really hard.
If you wish to
Yep.
face greater challenges, speak to the rock. Although, you'd just as well not. This place is already dead. Everything will crumble and waste away so that something new may be born. Isn't it wonderful? This place is fascinating. We receive only the most peculiar visitors. Folk like yourself. It's enough to keep even a cat amused. Are you going to see the old ones? Those four who have grown so incredibly ancient.
Alright, so this seems like the
They
group...
must have sprouted quite a thick coat of moss by now. For heaven's sake. No one even knows their names anymore.
These seem like the guys I've been
Imagine
attacking.
that. Yes, nothing like yourself. For you have a most pleasant scent. It grows nicer with each passing day.
So I'm wondering when she refers to the old ones, whether or not these are kind of the big bosses that I've been going after. I think we've taken down 3 so far, which would imply that... so if we've got 3 of them and there's only 4, then that might imply that if we're not near the end, then we're at least... So, like, in the first Dark Souls where you had to, like, put some souls into the Lord Vessel, we might be in a similar state like that.
Have you made friends with the man by the...
No, we've already done this.
It might...
Alright. Oh, this is so expensive, but actually this is... Voices of Foes sounds really interesting. But damage from falling, I either just made a terrible mistake, or...
Satisfied? I'll be around if you ever come back.
I was thinking a little bit about how to, So we've got the ladder here, right? But there's a problem with it. We recently talked with the merchants and the guy in the fire last playthrough, so here's the problem that I've got right now. Right. There's seemingly no way that I can actually access all of these platforms. So, I suppose one of the bonuses here is that spending all my souls, there's less of a loss for me in terms of what I... there's less of a loss for me in terms of... if I get this wrong... But I have a feeling this is actually how I was supposed to get down this well, and that the ladder was just for idiots who don't realize... Oof, that's a lot of damage, but I'm alive, so... Alright, let's Estus. Oh, I actually probably shouldn't have Estus. I have my miracles. Alright, well, apparently I don't know how to use my miracles either, so yay me. Let's make sure I head home. Alright. I don't think there's anything on that single beam, so let's just, yeah. Okay. Good news on the lockstone. Now I can make a decision in terms of jumping down, but that's kind of a point of no return, and I would much prefer to... Okay, I think I said I was low on homeward bones. Yeah, I've only got one, so let's before we go any further down, let's at least find some homeward bones. And what I might do is, wait a minute, surely I can go back up on this ladder. Okay, well, apparently I am committed. So yeah, I wanted to buy some homeward bones before I did any of this, but oh well, let's see the rest of it. I would have preferred to jump down onto that other platform without having to do this, to be honest, but let's try and make the most of it. You played some Wolfenstein today after you finished Siege. It was really fun. Pretty stoked to play sometime soon. I really want to watch you play that, Johnny Big Time. I think you'll do a great job at it. Right. Did the trick. Captain Bear, it's just because I woke up. I recently woke up. I'm a little bad at sort of like falling asleep before casts. And I will admit my sleeping schedule's been a little weird, so. Alright, so I suppose the real question at this point is, do I want to keep going further down the hole, seeing as now's a good opportunity for me to buy, or to pick up all of these items, or do I want to try and look for a bonfire so I can find my way out? Let's see Let's see what awaits us through this spot at least. Okay, we've got the Grave of Saints. Neat. Okay. Be wary of Phantom. Okay. So I can kind of get out of jail free whenever I'd like. So I suppose here's an interesting question for you, Johnny. Would you do... laughing at me? Would you do Doom or would you do Wolfenstein The New Order first? Oh. Hello. You just got... oh, Rainbow Six Siege? I mean, I was a little... it looked like a very good game. Like, it's not for disinterest in it. That I wasn't, like, gonna pick it up. But, I mean, watching Johnny play it has definitely given me pause. He's made the game look really fun. My view was always kind of like, I don't play a lot of Counter-Strike. I used to in ye olden days, but I can't necessarily say I did a whole lot. You know, I've done a whole lot of it recently. And I know Siege is its own beast, but I kind of thought, well, this sort of at least seems to be kind of in the same, you know, sort of in the same box, at least. Oh god. I wish it wasn't so bad. But then, like, watching Johnny play it, like, it definitely does seem to be... like, it's really interesting in its own right. It's really well done. The only thing that always kind of makes me a little nervous about trying it is the a lot of the kills sort of seem to be very how do I put it? Like, they're really precise. So I keep hearing people refer to, like, death holes, and it seems like it's really split-second reaction times on really small targets or something like that. And I have a feeling I'd actually be quite bad at a game like that. Now, you don't have to, like... you have to win all the time to enjoy a game. I mean, that's why I'm playing Dark Souls. Oop. That sounded like he wanted to kill me. But it definitely... I definitely sort of know that at a certain point, if I feel like I'm just hopelessly outclassed or there's no chance, I'd probably enjoy it less. Actually, Johnny Big Time, I think that's a very specific reason why they added the kill cam in the game. Because I think... I don't know how much sort of testing these games go through or something like that, but I think the very first problem people would have... like, it is very clearly a design decision that, you know, you're supposed to set up and you're, you know, you get your kills where you can. And it's supposed to be an unfair fight. Like, nobody wants to go into the middle of a firefight because you have no idea whether or not you're going to, you know, to come out the victor. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. This is probably a mistake, because I'm going to need to heal up again. Wait a minute, there was a ladder? Ah, but not one I could really access. Good to know. Alright, onward and upward. Or downward. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, so I don't know how much testing games like that go through, but I would suspect probably the biggest problem that people would have with playtests would be people saying, it's like, I have no idea where that kill came from, and they'd sort of... I mean, I can only imagine the number of times people would be accused of things like wall hacking or what have you. Yeah, this is exactly why I did this with only 1,000 souls. I suppose I don't need to take the big hit to my health at the start, though. I think... you know what, this is a pretty big jump, so... Better safe than sorry, even if it does mean I blow a miracle. Yeah, that is a big... I'm not 100% sure if I would have survived that. Alright. You know what, I'm actually... This sounds weird, but I'm actually just gonna try running into this thing. Yep, that's the way to do it. But yeah, so one, there's the accusations of wall hacking, and then two, just the fact that somebody wants to feel like it was a fair fight. And so if you are confronted with the evidence of how you were shot, it's hard to... You know, it's hard to turn around and say, you know, this guy's hacking or this game is bullshit or something like that. Whereas, you know, if you don't, then you know... Nobody wants to admit that they've been bested in a game, right? So it's going to be... I have a feeling the game just wouldn't have been successful if they didn't do that. Okay, well, Ring of the Evil Eye is not a bad ring. I just think all my other rings are better, so... Alright, sounds good, Johnny Big Time. It's always great to have you in here. I'll warn you guys, this is probably going to be a little more of a mellow Dark Souls playthrough. Ooh. Oh, thank God. Alright. Try jumping. Yeah, don't think so. Pointless. So this is probably going to be a little more... Alright, there's a crystal lizard, which I have a feeling is just going to run down. Oops. God, I'm bad. Alright, do I really want to follow that thing to my death? No. No, I do not. Tempted to pick up the items. Let's maybe pick up the items on the surface first. But yeah, so basically this playthrough is going to be a little bit more me going through some... Oh, hello. Ash Knuckle sounds like immunity to fire, maybe? Increases petrification resistance. Well, you can be hopeful. Alright, now how the hell am I supposed to get that item on the right? So presumably there's some way up. I'm definitely not getting it from here, so I think I'll head to land before I do anything. I forgot about those guys. Alright, well I really want to go back down here because there's clearly more stuff for me to see. But yeah, so that was supposed to be my last time in that spot, but no such luck. Yeah, so this is going to be me going through a bunch of older areas, which may not be the most exciting. If we can get some more progress in the game, so much the better. But my expectations for this playthrough are just to close off any other possibilities in terms of things I should have done through the game, and kind of confirm that this is at least the only immediate option I have available to me in terms of progress. I don't think I need to do a full heal yet, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. What game were you playing, Captain Bear, and what was your goal? Maybe I should make some coffee or something like that. The problem with this is the more I keep making these kinds of mistakes, the lower my health is going to be, and so I become a little bit more fragile to the falling damage. It's all good. It's the reason I'm doing this now, because if the first little bit of the stream, especially with a lower number of viewers, if the first part of this is going to be more exploration, it's kind of good to get all of this, you know, like mechanical or just, you know, I'm dying in dumb ways kind of stuff out of the way. So that when, assuming that this is the progress we need to make, I can exactly time that well. Hey, Pithrum. Assuming that this is where we're supposed to go as far as progress is concerned, I don't need to worry about, you know, kind of faffing about. So, like, imagine that I got through all my little, like, going through old areas, making sure that I hadn't missed anything. And then I decide, okay guys, I'm gonna go jump on a bunch of platforms, but because I'm really not good at aiming, I'm gonna die a whole lot, and all of this energy that we've built up with regards to the game, well, that's gonna go away while I figure out, you know, how to navigate a... I mean, it's a one-dimensional problem for me, right? I only need to go down. And yet I can't quite handle that. Alright. Where's my friend? So I think I can afford to get rid of... Crap, there's another one. Well, could have been worse. Okay, Great Heal's tempting, I just don't think I have the energy for it. I'm not quite sure what a Dark Knight Stone is. I got another Homeward Bone in case I get tired of this nonsense. Plant Side 2 to reach 60 kills with a sniper rifle. Problem is that you don't like the gun. It's semi-automatic, so it's weaker than a bolt action. Don't like the semi-auto, and it took you twice as long as the other gun did. So that's good. I have not... I haven't actually tried Planet Side 2. I've definitely taken the recommendation. But, alright, I don't want to go down before I have to. This is one thing I notice about games. I don't know if this is... So I have a feeling that the psychology of level design has been explored quite a bit. Oh! Looks like we've got a comrade. This strikes me as it's going to be tricky because of the water. Maybe not. Ooh! So, I mean, things like why nobody ever looks up when they're trying to solve problems in games. Bone dust. So another thing I'm thinking about for levels, for me at least, whenever I'm navigating a level, I usually like to get things done on the sort of the same surface before heading up and down, because I tend to notice for whatever reason, I don't like going up and down stairs, or I don't like I guess I kind of think of every floor as a level, and so I don't consider the level to be complete. And I don't like the idea of, you know, going back to a level or something like that. I don't know. I'm assuming somebody has to have studied this at some point, but... Oh, lovely. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of the cat ring. I'm assuming it has a more elegant name, but... I also think I might have gone the wrong way. Oh well, we only have 1,000 souls. By the way, now is a very good time for AMA kind of stuff. Because I have a feeling I'm going to be doing a little exploring. And I don't know if that's the most exciting experience for everybody. I promise not to abuse it too much. But if you have any questions, or if you have any comments, now's probably a good time, because I have a feeling... Again, I'm not gonna... Yep. I think I'll just accept the damage. Another human effigy? Fair enough. I should have thought of that a little bit better, because there's obviously a ladder here if you look. Whereas the other one requires a drop. Captain Bear, would you say PlanetSide 2 is the Dark Souls of video games? But yeah, so because I'm going to be doing a little exploration stuff, let's consider this maybe some furniture for the moment, and I'm happy to interact with you and let you know all of my deepest, darkest secrets. Tell you all about economics. One line that, for whatever reason, seems to be getting a little bit of traction as far as humor amongst my friends are concerned, especially the ones who have left in Vancouver. I like commenting that the statisticians think I'm a nerd, based on the amount of reading and stuff that I do, although that's actually very true. You can't say of shooters. I've noticed for some reason people get really upset when you say anything is the Dark Souls of video games. Alright. This strikes me as a cruel enough game to make this a mimic. Nope. A token of spite. Alright, let's find out what some of this stuff is. Proof of defeating another world's master. Oh, okay, so this is probably if you win PvP. This is probably if you help somebody in PvP. Got a lot of rubbish and smooth and silky stone, so I should probably be moving to, I am really a hoarder when it comes to these games. Okay. I feel like I can sell a few. Oh wait, but I can't sell some of these because I don't have anybody to sell them to. Okay. It's very unforgiving. You have to move if you move to the wrong spot or cap the wrong point in the base too early. You're attacking a biolab, and the plan was not to touch the points. Oh, fair enough. I mean, it's a tricky call. So one thing I really like about MechWarrior Online. God, this game is always so pretty. Surprise! Seems a lot like Blighttown. Jesus Christ. Gotta make a decision. You know what? I'll just power through it. Yeah, they definitely don't want me just lingering on the edge here, so... Yeah. Welcome to the gutter. But yeah, so one thing I really like about MechWarrior Online is it's a game that punishes you for running out and sort of being a cowboy. I really like that about a game which sort of aims to be tactical. There's always this fine line. You don't want it to be something where, you know, your game experience is ruined by somebody who doesn't appreciate, you know, kind of the nature of the beast. I don't really know quite how one navigates that design problem. So, for instance, you know, like, you know, just like Dark Souls, it is so dark here. So there's a fog gate. Oh, come on. That's just unfair. Alright, let's see if there's anything else waiting for me in this place before I jump over it. Ah, god damn it. Well, that's progress of a kind. Do I really want to go through all of this before? I kind of wanted to go over my old spots, but then this sort of seems to be where I should be heading. Yeah, this is New Blighttown. Anyways, yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm meandering all over the... Oh, that's a really cool effect. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to jump up onto this. Nope. Oh, fuck. Leah2, thank you very much for the auto-host. I don't quite know why those... Oh yeah, the auto-hosts don't come through on videos. But yeah, so I mean, there's the fine line that you draw. So one thing that's really appealing about Dark Souls is obviously it's impenetrable and more confusing version available. So wait, this is more confusing than Blighttown or less confusing than Blighttown? I'm assuming by what you're saying that this is the less confusing version of Blighttown, but well, that would have been cool if I hit him. But yeah, so I mean, the benefit that Dark Souls has in being an impenetrable game is it's single player for the most part. You know, you don't necessarily have to worry about the fact that your enjoyment in the game is necessarily tied to the ability of the other players. Now, I mean, there's a minor exception in the case of invasions. Clearly, if you're invaded by people who are either overgeared or just generally better than you, you're gonna have a rough time. But even then, you can sort of disable all of that. Okay, I'm assuming the game does not give me places where I instantly die. It's not obvious to me. Hollow. Thanks. It's not at all obvious to me where I sort of follow up. I'm assuming any of these drops is instant death. You found Blighttown quite easier to navigate, but that was me. No, I think I'm with you on this one so far. Surely there's like a ladder, or something really obvious that I'm missing on this. I mean, again, the souls that I lose for dying is not like appalling, but you know, I kept hearing from people when I was playing the original Dark Souls, you know, oh, you're gonna need a guide for this, like, you know, there's no way. I mean, I'd already played it. I've never gotten to a point in Blighttown, like, I get turned around in the same sense that any of the Dark Souls games, I just don't have a sense of direction. Chest ahead. I don't think that's true. I always found it straightforward. I mean, I'd get turned around, but the same way that I would get turned around, jumping off required ahead, then try key. Well, oh, hang on, there's the edge. God, that's a... You really need to be right with your brightness settings. Or that, or the torch fellow is supposed to guide you. But yeah, I don't know, I found Blighttown relatively straightforward. Like, for a map that is very clearly designed to be, you know, twisted and confusing in its own way, or at least very kind of ad hoc in its construction. I thought it was like it guided you to where you needed to go. Okay, I'm thinking just keep moving is the way to go with these things. Oh, God damn it. I always kind of feel it's a bit like cheating whenever you read these signs, but I've become addicted to them. Alright. Well, clearly with all the blood, there's something down here, so... Or not. Oh, God damn it. Those are the ones I hate. Didn't do anything. Wasn't beaten by anything. Just too stupid to look forward when you were walking. Alright, well... I think I've seen these guys before. I made you go on a rant about PlanetSide 2? Not in here, did you? I mean, that's a throat clearing by my standards. So, the design behind this is actually, or rather the devious design behind this, I'm beginning to appreciate a little bit more. The fact that they put you in this place with lots of, just lots of kind of corners that you can, you can take a wrong turn and fall to your death or something like that, or just generally you're never really on safe ground when you're in here. Whoa! So they create this environment where you kind of have to watch your step, and then into this environment they throw these things. Oh, that's. They throw these things which are tossing poison at you. I suppose I should expect nothing less. You are definitely welcome to, Captain. I mean, so it's always, like, I guess it comes down to a question of being respectful, right? So there's somebody who came in here a little bit earlier, and they have a history here, let's say. And, alright, so I'm stuck on the outside on this. I was here, I should probably see my green, I should see my corpse nearby, I think. Thought that would have killed him. That sucks. Anyways, so like somebody with a bit of a history comes in here, and their conversation is largely about themselves, not really contributing, but not being so like they're not being enough of a nuisance that they like they should be banned or something like that. And then, typical. And then there's like this message that they send out, like, okay, something like, okay, I'm gonna go now and like not monopolize the conversation, and so on and so forth. Like, their apology was again entirely focused on themselves. Now that's the sort of thing that, I mean, in some ways it just solves itself, right? Don't feed that beast. Don't feed an ego, or just generally don't, I have a feeling this is... Oh, see, I was going to say I've already been here, but clearly I haven't if there's a chest that I haven't opened. Melinda. Ah. There she is. If Melinda were a real player, I suspect probably she'd get some tasty souls for my inability to navigate this place. Hello, Mimic. Kill it! Well, it begins to be, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this is the big thing, Captain Bear. Like, I mean, obviously I ramble, and tonight I'm not making anything, I'm not making any sense at all. Like, I'm struggling to form a coherent thought. So this is probably the most friendly cast babble-wise that you can run into. Alright, so there's got to be a way that I can get to that intermediate level. Whether or not it's worth all the effort is another question. Ah! And how I run into Melinda the Butcher is another question, but I'll take these things one at a time. But yeah, I mean, people get passionate about stuff. And more importantly, when it comes to games, especially in terms of things that people would like to see me do, which, by the way, it's worth mentioning. If you didn't hear it before, we did have Dark Souls 3 donated to us, so I thought there was going to be a little bit of a break between the Souls games, seeing as, excuse me, I don't own the third one, or didn't own the third one, rather. But apparently you're not happy till I'm not happy. Alright. Let me just see if there's another approach. Oh. Well, that's helpful. Do I want to heal up for this? No. We'll be bold. Whoa, that was the wrong call. I am very lucky I have the poise. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm very lucky that I have the poise damage that I do, but I really need to... I really should have backed off as soon as I took that massive damage. Anyways. Yeah, Pithran, that was a little embarrassing to let her wait so long and make it such a non-event of a fight. Right, now this strikes me as just going to my death if I try and hop on that. Surely must be missing something. Yeah, so I mean, for Dark Souls 3, obviously I'll do that as quickly as I can. Sorry, wrong button. But I was able to just equip a torch. Why am I finding this so difficult? There we go. But yeah, so I usually like the feedback on stuff that people enjoy. Just because it gives me even if it's not like a game that I individually play myself, I think it gives me an idea of the sort of things that people like either to watch or that they like to play, for which I'm going to assume there's a bit of a correlation. And if I can find something that's like a little off the beaten track, but sort of in a similar spirit, then I'm in fairly good space. Oh, crap. So if you had to pick the largest problems from maps in PS2, it would be Ismir, the snow map, the bases. Ah, fair enough. You'll have to forgive me, Captain Bear. I don't 100% know the basic rules of a match. So I'm going to assume there's some kind of, it's either like capture points or some kind of like capture the flag or something like this. As far as your references to bases. I'm just trying to think. I'm assuming there's probably a direct path that you can take that will it'll allow you to kind of go back to places, but whether or not I find that is another question. Hopefully I get to run into Melinda again. I want round 2. Hoss in the jungle maps, being the opposite with its canyons and big trees, is nice for infantry, but vehicles struggle to move from base to base. So there's a similar problem, or I won't even say a problem, in MechWarrior Online, where there are a couple of very popular sort of Arctic kind of maps, and they're these big open areas. Now, I like playing a light mech, which sort of relies on its speed and sort of the difficulty that you have in hitting it to get you through. Looks like I'm going to need to make some decisions in terms of paths that I can't necessarily go back through. The one complaint that I would have in terms of the way MechWarrior Online does it is that your decision of mech comes before you queue, and the map that you play is a function of how all the other players vote. And I think it might be a little more rewarding if people can actually pick what their mech would be in response to what the map is. Although I think that could potentially result in some somewhat stale play. This may not have been the best decision, but... Drink up, you idiot. Thank you. So for instance, the problem that you're talking about in MechWarrior Online, like if I'm a light mech in one of these alright, so this is just a big circle. Ah, this is making sense. Right. Let's go for it. They didn't spit at me yet, but just in case they had any bad ideas. But on the other hand, too, like, I don't necessarily think you want it so that a map will potentially turn into like this whole, okay, I'm gonna just have 12 missile boats versus 12 missile boats, and whoever just happens to do enough damage at this, you know, early on sort of wins. Oh, you're kidding me. Alright, this is gonna suck. I gotta drink up. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Bad luck. Not even bad luck, bad skill. I have a feeling I'm gonna lose a lot of souls here. Oh well, I guess we've abandoned this quest of finding my way around the world. Let's I don't know, the torch is actually kind of helpful for navigation as well, so But yeah, so I think the easiest I can say on the MechWarrior Online thing is, like, I'm just kind of sad when I go on one of these big open field maps and I sort of accept I accept that my life is going to be difficult and still try to contribute in a meaningful way. Because especially on like a big map where people say, you know, it's a little more I really need to be better at watching out for those things. You know, where it's very missile boat kind of focused. Light mechs are usually supposed to take the role of spotters in those events, so you know, the fact that it's a difficult map for you is not necessarily a good argument for not contributing. I probably should be a little more focused on collecting my souls, but oh Jesus, that thing's got some range. I think I'm dead. Jesus Christ. Not having my shield is a bit of a big deal. Fortunately, rolling in the mud or the oil is a neat little strategy. Ooh. Ow. All right. There's 4 large maps, each different continent with 99 bases. You lock to the continent after you get 20 victory points. Just over time, locking is like winning. And a good map base-wise, with areas in between, is Eider and Amarish. They have large open field, but cover tight point. Okay. I've also seen some of your screenshots on Steam, Captain Bear, so I have a bit of an idea of what you're talking about sometimes. Where do I want to go next? I thought that was one of the exploding ones for a second. I thought, oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Wait, is the torch completely extinguished when you, oh no, you just put it in your pocket. It's all good. Come on, Melinda. I'm not scared of you. Alright, I'm a little scared. Let's make this interesting. So I think she's got enough stamina for 2 hits with that thing, and then she's down. So. Oh nope, 3. Oh, for fuck's sake! That's really upsetting. I shouldn't have been so scared at the end of that. I should have just taken advantage of the opportunity when she was at lower health, instead of dancing around waiting for her to get tired. Anyways, let's go to some new areas. If I can light up the rest of this map, I think it'll make my quality of life quite a bit higher, and I'll be able to start using my shield again. It's funny, once you know what to look for, it's actually not so hard to navigate. So like the guy with the torch is a nice little landmark. But it's remarkably convenient to have the area lit. I mean, the torch that I have is giving me the most illumination, but definitely just being able to see a little bit further is making all the difference. I'll admit, one thing I'm a little scared of in this is missing out the... so clearly there's an upper level to this, which I completely passed by. And I'm a little scared that I'm just going to wind up ignoring it. But then that was the original reason why I wanted to go over my old areas again, too. Ah, yes, this place. There's nothing I can really do about it, so let's, Yes, Tapeti, it's because when they gave me source... So the reason why I did Dark Souls on YouTube, specifically Dark Souls 2 on YouTube, was because it was what would allow me to do 60 frames a second and kind of actually make this game look like it was intended. And because they now give me source access, I can, you know, have the bit rate that I had on YouTube, and I can do it at 60 frames a second. And so there's no longer a reason to do Dark Souls on it. The ban on creative is pretty much a permanent one. That's a little bit more about the harassment from global mods. So that's a Twitch culture thing, and that unfortunately is not going to change. But there's no point... I mean, this is the big thing, right? Like, when Twitch does something right, I don't want it to be some, you know, oath of enmity that I'm never going to... You know, I will never forgive them for, you know, X, Y, or Z thing, so... Yes, that is correct, Tapeti. So, alright, well... I didn't have a lot of luck with his dog before. So I'm going to try a dodge and then an attack. Well, my reactions are entirely too slow for such a creature. Alright, I am in big doo-doo. those things look very impressive when you break them, but seemingly there is no ill effect. But yeah, so basically sometimes... Oh, Jesus! Okay, that's breaking all my stuff. I suppose that's what I get for needlessly running through such objects. Probably gonna have to visit that blacksmith. Alright, let's see if we can get this dumbass to break it. Screw it. Yeah, well, and it's like I've never played Dark Souls 2 before, Pthrum, so I usually don't. I usually like finding stuff out on my own, even if it means that I have to do something frustrating. So I was just on the wrong side of the. I was on the wrong side of the ladder for that. So even if it means like I have to do something frustrating, I generally prefer to find it on my own. It's just because the first Dark Souls I did, like I didn't have any guides or anything along those lines. I played the game really inefficiently, but it was really rewarding to try and like, so for instance, I did like the Ornstein and Smaug fight. And like just full Havel's plate with a with a fat roll and things like that, and everybody says that, you know, oh well, that's great because Havel's gives you lightning protection. I don't really think it gives you very good lightning protection, and more importantly, at least with the character I had, it was like it was basically a one-shot kill when he did his butt slam, the Super Smaug, that is. So having to just overcome problems that the game presents, well, there's a lesson in there somewhere. But yeah, so like even, I can't tell you how long it took me to finally get Ornstein and Smaug, and like, clearly the second time I did it, I think I got them on like the second try or something like that. But it was just a, I don't know, like I think one of the nice things, at least about the original Dark Souls, and I'd say it's probably about the same in Dark Souls 2, like being able to confront some, oh that's right, I don't have any souls to get repairs with. Well, let's see what it'll cost me, and then we'll rustle some up from an easy area.
Oh, I'd give...
Okay, 4,500.
Don't waste my time.
Unless I have a repair powder already. I mean, I could pop one of these soul packs. Not going to, though. I gotta hoard it. Alright. Okay, sounds good, Captain Bear. And yeah, sorry, I am reading it, but if I'm in the middle of combat or something like that, it's a little hard to read the whole way through. I think it's usually pretty obvious whenever I watch a VOD, which is not very often. But I think it's kind of obvious when my eye is on chat rather than the middle of the fight. But then, I mean, I'd rather interact with people than... I mean, so like, what's the worst that happens in this game? You lose some souls, you feel dumb. I thought I gave you some clothes.
Just put it here. Be safe.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out sometime. It's as always, it's really just a timing question. Also, I'm not sure what happened with the gentleman with the blue sword. There we go. I am not going to survive this. Yeah. Well, I suppose that's my lesson. So I lost all the souls that I had down there. I'm not ahead on... I'm not ahead on any souls, and I didn't really learn anything about the area. I seem to remember being able to kill those things a little bit faster, though. Alright, you know what? Because I don't want to go through that again. I think I'll just do the small soul packs, and we'll go, so what do they give me? 50. This will probably be like 100. Oh, 200. Okay. So just 2 more of those. Not a problem at all, Captain Bear. Like I said, it's probably going to be a little more mild. I think probably I might as well just pursue the that area I was in before. Oh, 45. My bad.
People these days.
I think I'll just continue in that area I was before. That strikes me as a little more interesting for everybody to watch. Whether or not I make any progress towards a boss is another question, but... let's see what we have. 400. Okay. I'll just use 3.
What?
Wait a minute, so that's saying I have 1 Twinkling Titanite and I need 4? Oh no, it's probably because I don't have the souls for it.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it. Also, I think I can upgrade some stuff.
Bearer of seek thing, lest this.
No, it's, I gotta burn it. Alright. I suppose I just feel like being a masochist and I will endure the experience of the gutter again. And against my better judgment, I am going to blow an effigy on this. I think in this case I'll get my bearings and just see where I'm at as far as navigation and sight without the benefit of the torches, because obviously it's still pretty dark without without my own illumination. But I think I'm able to roughly get an idea of what's going on. It's definitely preferable to the way it was before. I do wish I had a better memory for which one of these things spit, but... And in retrospect, thinking about it, it might have been smart to to maybe hold off on repairing items, because I don't really know how many more of these urns are going to wind up wrecking my armor and such. But I suppose the easy answer there is just don't let them. It's very easy to get used to the torch. Apparently, I need to work on my depth perception. So one thing I've also noticed that interests me a little bit, it seems when I hit them with the tip of my sword, when I hit them with the tip of the sword, it actually does just a hair less than what I need to get a kill. I was always wondering about that, because I kind of had a, I was sort of getting used to a particular, set of moves to finish something off, and then it sometimes wouldn't work. The first time I found stuff like that, Jesus Christ, I hate these things. So good news is I have enough stamina to be able to take them in one go, so I think the next time I have to take one on, I have to do it from behind. Anyways, yeah, so that's an example of kind of like, okay, well I just need to do a, oops. Oh, please don't die. I hate wasting Estus on something as trivial as this, but I suppose if it keeps me from dying, so much the better. Anyways, yeah, so apparently if I misjudge the distance, which happens a lot actually, and I hit them with the very tip of my sword, it seems like it doesn't do quite as much damage. I'll see if I can recreate it, so if I do... Ah, damn it. So you can sort of imagine me just having hit that. Alright, well, looks like this is an IRL PvPer. Of course he's coming in. Alright, so I did no damage to him. I'm tempted to just run through the fog gate. Yeah, well, that sucked. And I'm actually really fucking annoyed. I kind of wish there was some variation on indictments in this game. Although that never really prevented anybody. I didn't particularly run that very well, but I still have to come to grips with the idea of PvP with people who don't actually want. So, like, again, I've always had the idea of throw down a little sign, take somebody on, hit somebody's sign, you know, go for some consensual PvP, totally fine with that. I don't get the idea of going into the realms of people who very clearly are not equipped to deal with you, waiting for environmental enemies to come after them like that guy did. I don't know the appeal. It's frustrating to deal with, and I kind of have to accept that's Dark Souls, but I can't ever really say that I've had a PvP experience like that and said, well, that was really what I got this game for. I mean, the hope is eventually over time I'll just get better, but not exactly a lot of learning moments out of that other than the fact that well, I mean, it hasn't outlived its appeal to the to the kind of people I don't think should be doing their kind of people I don't think should be doing them. I sort of understand the idea behind it. I actually think is somewhat sound. The idea of creating a constant sense of danger that the player has to contend with, and that danger could be coming from, from other players who will inevitably be, more challenging than an AI opponent. I think that is largely sort of driving itself in the right place. Where I think it goes wrong is it is an appeal to the worst kind of gamer. The kind of person who isn't particularly interested in taking on a challenger but somebody who effectively wants to go in and create problems for people, just generally make the game a less enjoyable experience for people. I think they're somewhat on the right track when it comes to these AI spawned invaders, but the problem is the AI spawned invaders are never going to be as good as another player, and it's very obvious. I mean, save for the fact that I have, curiously not been able to defeat whatever her name is, the Butcher. Generally, the AI invaders, they're very obvious and they don't play all that well. Now, apparently in... Oops, that was foolish. Apparently in Demon Souls, they created some moments where, like, other players would sort of become an NPC that was necessary to defeat. I think that's an interesting idea, but again, that is also ripe for, for the wrong kind of behavior, because I think apparently people would deliberately equip items that would, like, destroy your gear or something like that. So that's, again, an appeal to the worst impulses in gamers, rather than, being about giving somebody another challenge. So I don't really know what to deal with it. I mean, I can remember, like... Oh, Jesus Christ, don't die. I can remember World of Warcraft, I had a similar problem. And my answer was largely the same one, like, just try and build yourself up to a point that you can't do it. So, like, I'd be running around... Actually, World of Warcraft, it's arguably worse. So World of Warcraft, you'll have people running around in what is specifically designed to be PvP gear. And, you've got people who are spec'd for PvE, and then out of nowhere, if you're on a PvP server, you now have somebody coming in to, you'll be fishing, and oh, nope, apparently I gotta deal with another player now. Fair enough. Now, after a while, I got to a point. So there's sort of the group who, you know, obviously they're going to build themselves up to, you know, to do as much damage as possible to people who are unequipped. Obviously, PvP specs are not really going to change a whole lot. There's not a terrible amount of heterogeneity in sort of what your ideal terminating another player's life builds look like. But yeah, that was basically it. And I eventually got to a point where if it was just somebody who was relying on the fact that their opponent was under-equipped, I would actually be able to grind it out and take them on. But that was largely because I didn't want to have like a separate PvP set that apparently I would just equip every time I wanted to go to some area. You know, I think it was a Stranglethorn Vale or something like that, where I'd go fishing or something like that. Like, just generally, it's, you know, I mean, obviously I'm on a PvP server. I like having the option, clearly. But the idea of just, okay, well, you know, let's rely on the fact that people want to harm other people's games, you know, to just generally ruin the experience. I don't know, I'm not entirely sure that's an impulse that that developers should be courting. And I think it's why, again, I always have to say about invasions, it's an interesting idea, and I just think the player base has largely not lived up to From's, you know, I guess From's assumptions into how they would use it. Probably didn't need to do such an extreme jump, but there you have it. Well, I mean, you can burn an effigy for it, to Petty. I mean, it's not like you're completely, you know, it's not like you're completely forced to engage it. But, like, I mean, again, I like having the option. I like having, I like being able to deal with it. And I think to a certain point, like in terms of fair fight, somebody saying it's like, yeah, you know, you weren't expecting this, but this is your life now. You're gonna have to deal with it. I can sort of get behind that. But again, it's very hard for me to believe that. Like, so I guess the big question is like, out of the people who I've had to encounter in PvP here, I'd be very interested in knowing how many of them are specifically... How many of them are going to go and engage in some kind of, you know, I guess for lack of a better term, fair fight. Like, oh god. Well, let's deal with this thing as quickly as we can. Oh yeah, that's the way you do PvP, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, I'm tempted to just jump down there and go through the fog gate. Anyways, I'm okay wasting his time. But yeah, so like it's the question that... Yeah, so there's hardly any damage I'm doing to this guy. now he's just letting the poison go. So yeah, so it's really hard for me to say, alright, well this is clearly a guy who wants to go into, you know, a consensual PvP area and engage people in a fight that they can actually handle. This guy has very clearly built his, you know, his lineup to just say, it's like, alright, there's a bunch of people who probably don't know how to play the game. And I'm just gonna go get whatever the hell I want out of this. And it's like, well, fair enough. I suppose you can feel very good about yourself. Enjoy your however many minutes of fame on this channel with single-digit viewers. But I don't know, I'm not very impressed. Oh, for fuck's sake. Anyways. Should have played Age of Conan on a PvP server. They had the wisdom to have free-for-all PvP enabled everywhere that wasn't a hub town, although in smaller towns you had NPC guards. Still became impossible to do PvE between 5 PM and 2 AM. Yeah, it's silly. I mean, like I said, I would love to have many different features in terms of PvP that I think would be fascinating in some different games. And I will... Any design decision that I make in terms of something that I create will always be made with the absolute worst, the laziest player who gets no enjoyment other than just ruining the experience for others. That will be the player that I basically build the game around. And any fun that is left after I deal with that kind of player is what gets inside the game. Of course, with that in mind, I would actually love to try and implement some kind of a system that would superficially reward that kind of behavior, and then pull the rug out of somebody. Actually, so this is an interesting idea. If I were to create some mechanic, so let's say that based on, you know... Actually, so here's a neat idea. So there's an internal measure of skill, let's say. Now, these things are never going to be perfect, right? But, you know... Actually, no. Actually, here's an interesting idea. The ratio of the number of people kill. So let's take the idea of non-consensual PvP. The number of people who participate in consensual PvP, like the ratio of the number of players who do not seem equipped to others, or maybe you just look for like equipment loadouts that are really popular for griefers or something like that. You know, you take whichever collection you want. And with a subsequent patch, some desirable element in the game becomes more difficult based on it. Alright, I suck. And then of course that changes over time. So like the idea would be that, you know, the guides go through. You know, it's like, okay, well, if you do this, you know, final boss or whatever is going to be difficult. Of course, people probably aren't playing to go to the final boss, so you got to come up with something else. But basically, the idea here is that you randomize where the penalty is, so somebody can't build in anticipation of the game mechanics. Or, of course, the alternative is once you hit a certain threshold of you know, once you hit a certain threshold of, you know, non-consensual PvP matches or, you know, something like that. Basically, whatever measure you choose, I would absolutely love it if you had a game where, you know, there's some, just, you know, again, some hapless player, you know, somebody like me who's just like, oh, fuck, I don't really want to have to deal with this shit again. And... however you've done this identification, you know, it's not at the start of the fight, but arbitrarily at some point, you know, 7/8 of the guy's health is taken down, or, you know, just generally something which is, all right, we know that you're a shithead, and you're, you know, you're gonna have to be miserable for a little while. I really don't give a shit if it's supported in the lore. If it doesn't make the game enjoyable to play, then... Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of... I mean, I learned this the hard way, just seeing, you know, something like reading a red sign off of the ground or something like that, and both are at really low health, and there's a back off. The other guy didn't Estus up, like in that case. Or can you Estus if you're an invader? I know in the first one you could do you could use humanity. Anyways, like, I kind of learned that just through practice. Like, there were people who sort of seemed to be, you know, generally about, you know, all right, we're gonna, you know, do some PvP. They never really seemed to heal up when it was close to the wire. So, like, probably to my detriment, I've generally not healed up unless somebody's, again, being an ass. But yeah, I mean, clearly, I mean, so, whoever the hell Soviet is, like, clearly my weapon does not do that much damage to him. And so, you know, if he were to able to go into the middle of a fight, and, you know, I get past whatever poison nonsense he's doing, and so on and so forth, to turn around and, you know, have him heal up is a remarkably costly experience for me. In 3 you can Estus while invading, fair enough. I mean, again, I'm not going to say, you know, like, clearly there are ways that I can adjust this. I could turn off online, I could, you know, I could, oh, that was a lot of damage. I could burn an effigy to say, you know, invaders can't come in anymore. I don't know, it's just something along the line. My general feeling is that I don't really feel that somebody should have to alter their game experience to accommodate for the poor behavior of others. I mean, what do I know? I mean, this all could just basically be the lament of the noob, but it's, even since I played the first one, as rewarding as the first game was to play for me, I cannot ever think of a moment where I said, well, thank God the invasion mechanic is inside of it. I have been intensely frustrated by a lot of boss fights in Dark Souls. I have gone through a lot of boss fights where, you know, I was convinced that they were ones that were just, you know, unbeatable. And I think there's the difference, the intensity of the reward for overcoming a fight like that is really high. And that's kind of the... Jesus Christ. That's kind of the core of the Dark Souls experience for me. And contrary to what's on display here, I certainly have had some moments I've been invaded, and by people who are kind of trying to exploit the fact that there are people not prepared for it, and I've won. It doesn't happen very often, but it, believe it or not, has. And again, it's never been, I've never been able to say, to say at the end of a PvP like that, well, that was great. I feel like I know this game better now. Or, I'm glad that happened. It didn't really feel challenging. It didn't really feel rewarding. It just felt like a chore. Which, again, I feel like there's more that could be done in that mechanic that actually would make it, that would make it worthwhile. I don't know, I think it just comes down to disliking cheese. Like, it's a little bit like, Dota 2 would actually be a good example of this. So, like, if you play Captain's Mode, and you, and the other team gets, like, just some ghastly draft, which, has just some completely, seemingly unstoppable combination of abilities or something like that. You really only have yourself to blame. And I mean, this has led to some pretty exciting moments in tournaments where I have a score to settle with that AI invader. I don't really want to go through the fog gates until I've taken on the butcher. So, I know for a while, I mean, this has been played in competitive already, so this is maybe not the best example, but, like, I know people had a huge problem with, like, the Drow Visage combo. Drow Ranger is a hero that will give a bonus to attack for ranged units. You know what, maybe I think I'll just explore this area down below before I try and jump over that gap again. That strikes me as a really good spot to fall to my death in a stupid way. So, like, Visage summons these familiars, which has... Wow, that is a lot further down than I thought it would be. So you can eventually build up Visage to have 3 familiars, and especially with the aura from the Drow Ranger, these things will melt through buildings. They're incredibly difficult to deal with. Now, I mean, there's some teams that sort of innovated this strategy, and once when you see it once, you never want to go against it again, at least, within the context of that one. The game gets patched, so obviously there's going to be some strategies that work and some that don't. And, but the biggest thing is that if, so let's ignore the possibility that you're going to be the first team that this is applied to. Because, I mean, sometimes, when an innovation occurs, sometimes you just have to scratch your head and say, how in the world did they figure that out? And I mean, that's part of learning as well. I mean, that's in the end the experience of going against bosses in Dark Souls, right? How in the world am I ever going to beat Ornstein and Smough? How am I ever going to, I mean, I'm assuming for some people it's, how am I ever going to get past the Asylum Demon? Oh, you know what? That was foolish of me. I should have... Actually, should have lit the bonfire. Sorry, should have kept the light so I could light that torch again. Alright. Let's hope I don't die in a stupid way. But this is the big difference here. It's like, so everybody who watches that, let's say you got a team of friends together. You can go into the all-pick mode, and you could have as many Drow Visage games as you want, assuming that, the other people don't pick it right away. And basically in all-pick, you can kind of create these super teams of, remarkably cheesy, strategies that maybe the game isn't quite designed to overcome. Now they've changed that. In the ranked mode, everybody takes turns picking. So in this case, you know, if there, so like if there's a, let's say there's 5 broken heroes in the game for the sake of the argument. It used to be that, you know, you could get 5 people together and you say, okay, you're going to pick this guy, you're going to pick this guy, you're going to pick this guy, and, you know, you all go in and you spam your button and you get your broken hero. Is there really no way down here? I must not be thinking straight. I don't really want to go back to that other bonfire and teleport, because that means I'm gonna have to fight through everything again. But if I just stand here and let my torch die down, that's not exactly it's not exactly a very effective use of my time either. But yeah, so I mean, the difference here is that when you are facing something like that in an all-pick game, there's very little that you can do about it until, of course, Valve introduces a ranked matchmaking system. You're just going to have to accept the fact that there are some people who want to play this game in a way that, you know, maximizes wins, you know, even if that means, you know, playing the same damn hero every single game. I fucked up. You know, just employing whatever the cheesy strat of the month is. But presumably there are some people who want to get better, or people who want to, you know, face a challenge, face diversity. And so again, I mean, so the better example here would be to consider Valve's response to that, which is, of course, in the maybe not competitive mode, but slightly more competitive than, I don't know, the EP mode, let's say. They implemented the taking turns picking, basically to mitigate the, you know, the behavior of the people who are kind of ruining it for everybody else. It's sort of hard to see how this has been, you know, I guess it's sort of either that we don't care, or again, the silly, well, the lore supports it, therefore it's justified kind of response on From's part, which is a shame, because, like, again, I can sort of see how invasion can actually be a really interesting mechanic. It just seems that it's, you know, again, it's the maximum punishment for the people who just want to play the game. And again, presumably there's some enjoyment for the people who are doing it. Clearly they wouldn't do it if they didn't like it. I've never seen this thing before. Yeah, my view is, like, why do you play a game known for its challenge? Why do you go into the PvP mode specifically, you know, to fight stuff that isn't actually a challenge for you? I don't get why people spend money on games to do that. But maybe I'm just hopelessly old-fashioned that way. All right. And sorry to Petty, I know you had a couple other things to say, but I was busy ranting and trying to find a way around. I think I've just walked myself into a corner here, so at the very least I want to take on the Butcher. So you can say stay hollow is just cosmetic. You find those things out, which is why you feel... Do you feel like being invaded today, yes or no? Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see that. Although, again, I mean, there is... Like, the biggest thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the reasons why somebody would put in an invasion mechanic in the first place. And, like, you know, the simple fact that at any time there can be some danger that you face inside the game, I think is the reason why people want to put something like that in there. I mean, I will go so far as to say, at the very least in the first Dark Souls, I haven't looked at any kind of wikis or that for Dark Souls 2. But for Dark Souls 1, there definitely seems to be a very well understood sort of, you know, rogues gallery of the sorts of things that you want to pick up if you want to be just seemingly unstoppable in PvP. So I will also say balance is a responsibility of a developer. But yeah, I mean, any game that has involuntary PvP is inevitably going to have to find out the most sensible way to, you know, to keep things fun while, you know, meeting the, you know, sort of meeting the demands of the PvP crowd. The reason I spend so much time talking about Invasion, actually, is that it's the only thing... So I have a very high regard for the Dark Souls games. I mean, the first one. Dark Souls 2 took a while for me to get into, actually. I really didn't enjoy it at the start, although I've warmed to it since. Yeah, there's no benefit for me going here right now. But the thing about it is that if ever somebody talks to me about Dark Souls and I try and explain, you know, the appeal, inevitably I'm going to talk about the idea of saying it is one of the few games where you have to face it on its own terms. You have to, you know, it's not going to hold your hand. It's not going to make things easier for you. You know, you have to say, all right, well, this is... Wait, I think I was here already before. You know, every boss that I've done, it's just been keep working at it, try and learn, you know, try and learn what makes that fight tick. You know, do your best with what you're given. This is not the way I should be going if I want to take on that that NPC. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for me to get back. Now, unfortunately, the invasion mechanic is the only one that I can say doesn't fill that that major reason to play Dark Souls. There are very few games now that are going to be, you know, unapologetically difficult, but not so difficult that you give up. So, like, there's, you know, the first thing you can do for making a difficult game is, you know, just don't care about the player, make it hard, and then laugh at them for not, you know, for not achieving. That's probably not the right way to go about it. Alright, I gotta think a little bit. If I... you know what, let's just see what's going on here. Oh, Christ. So, you know, if I'm telling people about Dark Souls, it's probably going to be I'm talking to them about Ornstein and Smough. I'm going to talk to them about, you know, what it felt like to beat Gwyn the first time. And a lot of this, actually, I could maybe talk about... I remember, like, one of the first times I played one of the Mega Man games. You know, very similar idea, right? I mean, in this case, the Nintendo games were made difficult because it's a way that you can sort of keep... you know, you can fit a game on a single cartridge and not have to... you know, and like, I don't think there ever was a two-cartridge Nintendo game, now that I think of it. But yeah, basically it's how you deal with memory constraints, but not have the game be so short that people feel like they've been cheated. Dark Souls doesn't have this problem, right? You can make a Dark Souls as big as you want, unless the size of the game that you're thinking of is larger than most standard hard drives, but I don't think we're quite yet in the age of big data games. God damn it. So that means if I want to get 9,000 souls, I'm going to have to go to this area I don't want to be. I think it was a mistake to start playing Dark Souls tonight. I should have done Battlefield. Oh well. I guess it gives me a chance to talk about the design of the game. I hope it's not too depressive. I didn't talk about other stuff, but yeah. So I mean, it's nice that I think in the end the Dark Souls series has sort of taken the same impulse. I mean, I would have to assume that one of the biggest markets for the Dark Souls games would probably be people who, you know, they're a bit older and they've played some of the original. Well, it don't necessarily have to be older, but like people who have played some of the old Nintendo games and like the challenge that comes from it. And I can remember like when I finally beat Mega Man or something like that, I just felt like really pumped. Like I kind of wanted to just run and tell somebody when I did that. I can't remember which Mega Man it was. One of the problems about playing games on emulators is that, you know, if you have like a physical copy of something, you kind of remember it a little bit better. Although, I mean, you can say the same thing about like Steam. I don't value my Steam games less because I don't have physical copies of them. But yeah, so I mean, now I have to assume, you know, like probably if you played original Nintendo, like that must have been the experience for most games that you'd play. At least the ones that you finished. I mean, I'm assuming there are some that were just arbitrarily difficult and weren't fun to play. Alright, well I suppose I can get my souls back here. I never learned. But yeah, like I said, I mean, Invasion is the only time that I can say in this game, it's like, I am now going to have this interruption to an otherwise enjoyable experience. Well, not enjoyable, but like, you know, this challenging game is now going to be put on hold so I can deal with some guy's ego. It just strikes me as a shame, because everything else in the game is actually so strong. Alright, this is going to be a bit of a dilemma now that I think about it. Maybe not, actually. I've already got a torch, so I can use my... Oh, if he hits me through the wall, this is going to be bad. Oh, god damn it. Still alive, shockingly, but... Yeah, well, to put it, yeah, on the cheese strat thing too, like eventually the game is dynamic enough and has enough variables that cheese strats inevitably have a counter. And I think the nice thing about cheese strat, like if you see cheese strats applied in professional play, that can lead to like tournament winning, you know, strategy. So if you imagine, you know, Evil Genius's victory, right? The fact that they basically just ignored Leshrac was quite exciting to see, because I mean, any other player at that time would be, it's like, oh god, you know, what have they done? PPD's lost his mind or something along those lines. But of course, in a game like Dark Souls, where certain items are only given at parts of the game, you don't have that escape clause. That if there is a, you know, a counter. I mean, obviously, in the case of, you know, in the case of Invasion, you never know what somebody's going to wear. Although presumably, if there's sort of this, library of the go-to PvP items, like in the first Dark Souls, you should have a pretty good idea. The catch is, of course, if your progress in the game determines your access to those particular kind of those particular weapons. I think I am in a lot of trouble. Alright, back to square one, I think. Let's see if I can handle this guy without a shield, just for the sake of it. The answer is no. And somehow I survive. One thing I like about having a torch out is it just looks so cool in terms of the shadows. But yeah, so in Dota 2, I mean, when you start off in the game, it's like chess, right? Both sides are evenly matched. Like, arguably slightly better than... Well, no, I mean, they had to move the Roshan pet for a reason. The asymmetry is, you know, similar to chess in the sense that technically if white moves first all the time, that is an advantage you really can't overcome. But it's maybe not such an advantage that the game of chess ceases to be interesting past the first move. Alright, how the hell do I deal with this thing? So there's got to be a way to get past this without getting hit by all the poison. Oh, fuck. I hit the wrong button for jump. I did a roll instead. Inhabiting a rabid monster could work when invading someone. Puts a challenge more often than not. Invader than being invaded. While I'm a slime now, how can I kill the player? Also keeps whatever OP gear they have out of the target. Yeah, exactly. I think this was done in Demon's Souls, save for the fact that you could actually, you would inhabit a... okay, I'm gonna take a slightly different tack on this. I'm gonna light my torch up, and I'm actually gonna try and find that... I'm gonna try and find that NPC again, just so I can kind of put the pin in that. And then I think I'm going to... From the other thing that was nice about that was that it had a fairly nice and high view of the zone. So I'm gonna sort of take stock again. Oh, for God's sake. But yeah, so, again, from what I heard of this Demon's Souls character, like, you would keep your gear when you inhabited this creature. So again, what people would do is they would go for gear which, like, destroyed the repair or whatever of the gear that you were using. And so again, it's a very conscious decision on the part of players to try and ruin the experience for others. And I don't understand that impulse, but I have to acknowledge that it's there. I mean, it's the same reason why when you play Dota 2, inevitably there's going to be some, like if you play a hero like Mirana or something like that, which is, you know, a little bit more reliant on skill shots. You know, you're always going to, well, not always, but there is going to be a point where if you like playing that hero and you don't land your arrow, which is, you know, a fairly high probability. I mean, even pros don't land all their arrows. You know, you're gonna have to deal with some guy who comes at you with the attitude, you know, how dare you miss an arrow in one of my Dota games? And again, it's like, well, welcome to, you know, the real world. You know, the last I checked, you were not on a professional team. Oh, God. Thought I was a little faster on my response on that. I am just slow overall, I think. I'm very lucky. think I can get away with miracles here. The only real question is if I want to use the other one. I think survey says no. The only thing I'm confused about is how... I don't think this is the path that I took to get to the... chest in the first place. This makes for terrible streaming, by the way. You know, me being lost in the area is not... Well, me being lost in the area and bitching about PvP is not exactly the most compelling viewing material, but... I think I said I was gonna axe the souls. Alright. I gotta think for a minute how I can find my way to the... Well, you know what? Actually, let's follow where these guys are. Actually, I don't think I can follow them that far now. So there's a side of me that's really curious if I can just run and jump that. I'm gonna guess no. But man, is it tempting. There's a guy dangling off the edge there, so again, it's a similar temptation that I have. That's definitely the way to the NPC, but it's not clear how I get there. What is that wooden platform? Okay. Met with a terrible fate? Sorry, I don't know what you're referring to there, Tipetti. Okay, I have a bit of a decision to make, so if I head along this way... Ah, well there's stuff for me to light, so it's at least something new. Something horrible. And poison. I'm gonna guess this was... Oh god, was this ill-considered. Oh nice, okay, so these things just want to destroy everything I own. Alright, so there's the... another fog gate. Let's just take advantage of some healing. I haven't played Majora's Mask. I haven't actually played any, I played a Game Boy game, actually. Oh, Christ almighty. Okay, I've never seen a metal mimic, but... I think the fact... the problem probably is I, look at that great shield. Oh, alright then. They lied to me. They are lying to me. But now I'm gonna run around looking for an illusory wall like an idiot. I should probably know better than just randomly hit pots at this point. Yeah, so there's, again, I'm gonna talk about classic games as if I played them when they first came out. It's definitely, it was on a black and white Game Boy. It was one where he is on an island that is a dream. Or at least they think it's a dream. I think the implication is the whole thing's a dream. You have to basically like wake up a fish. It was very enjoyable. Oh god. I'm just too bad for this game. I remember Missile Command like it was yesterday. Is Missile Command the one where you have... Oh god. Did I... No, hang on, there wasn't a guy there. Never mind. I was thinking, have I really been through this so many times that they're actually removing enemies for me now? Okay. For real this time, I'm going to ignore the souls, and I'm going to see if I can find a way back to that NPC. Yeah, Missile Command's the one where you're shooting the nukes out of the sky, right? I like that. I think I've actually played that in an arcade. I got a big trackball on the front. One of the first political games. It's fun. It kind of fits. I mean... I think the argument for it being a political game is the fact that it's, or my guess is the argument would go something along the lines that it's the first game to actually confront the issue of nuclear war. Hey Petheram, there's been no real progress, although for some reason I have lost my ability to find the NPC that I was fighting with before. I kind of want to homeward bone it back, but there's no real reason for me to do so, because there's still stuff that I can explore and kind of go through in this. I'm tempted not to go through the fog gates because I know, at least in the first Dark Souls, it felt like if you went through a fog gate, it would sometimes close off certain encounters. Right. Development was plagued by nightmares of the cities in his areas going up under the atomic flames. Also, the game said the end rather than game over. Ah, interesting. So if you think, I suppose we can then say Pac-Man is the first game to deal with drug addiction. Because you're just running through the streets being chased by phantoms, popping pills, and it never ends. It just crashes like a drug addict. One of my favorite nuclear war. I'll admit I've never played this. I just really like. It's actually on my Twitter page. There's nothing I can get here. I don't know why I keep going up here. I think the game was called Balance of Power, but so you've ignited global thermonuclear war. And no, there won't be a picture of mushroom clouds with bodies flying everywhere. We don't reward failure. Alright, so presumably there's nowhere for me to go once I jump onto that. I don't think I got to the NPC from here. Actually, now that I think of it, Pthram, the one thing that you did miss out on was me bitching about PvP a lot. Although again, I try to avoid the lament of the noob kind of complaints. Usually I try to focus it on the fact that, without treading over too much ground that we did before, I try to keep it centered around the fact that PvP through Invasion, it's actually the only time I can really say it's a challenge that the game, like, the game is normally good at throwing challenges to you that you need to overcome. And I mean, basically the game is coming to terms with what the game has presented you and finding a way around it. And Invasion, 9 times out of 10, doesn't amount to that, with exceptions. But one of the big things for me is whenever I encounter something like that, I always like just trying to think, is like, how could I take a concept like this and turn it into something enjoyable? Unfortunately on that one, I usually just kind of throw up my hands and say, it's the best we've got. Anyways. But I'm thinking the heartbeats are coming from these things. That's a really cool touch if they are. I don't know if it comes through in the audio or not. Actually, Tapeti, to a previous point that you made on, or not made, but just a reference that you made on to the 7.00 patch, I haven't actually played it yet. I played a little bit of a bot match, and I was actually very surprised at how little I know about the game. Like, I'm back to a point now where I don't know all the, well, I mean, I don't know all the items because I added a bunch, but they, like, even just the new interface and stuff like that, like, I was struggling to do things like buy basic items at the start of the game. It was really embarrassing, so thought I should maybe do a couple of bot matches. This is definitely not going to take me back to the NPC. Yeah, in some cases it feels like it's a little... I think that's probably going to be one of the things that they address first in a new patch. I like it a lot because I can remember I spent a lot of time trying to think about sort of the optimal path in terms of buying certain items to, you know, to get myself in shape for, you know, for the fight, but not to have to, like, you know, make special trips to certain areas and, you know, so on and so forth. But I think the one problem it runs into right now is that clearly there is a difference between having like a Necronomicon level 3 and stuff like that in the backpack and just in these like clearly not all items are made equally, and I think it can become a problem. Now, I think overall it's a good addition because, I mean, I can remember there's points where you've got like people buying separate couriers to be able to, carry an extra Necronomicon and so on. So clearly there's something that needs to be done about that. But I think at the moment it's a little, I think it's a little ripe for some unintended consequences. Yeah, Dota the Ancients, Captain Bear. But Tepetti got you, or got it before I did. I am never, ever going to figure out those statues. Drink up, you idiot. Thank you. Mostly I get as a support, TP scrolls and wards, and while enjoying all your cheap stats. That's fair. It's definitely... I mean, I always look at things in the lens of support, because that's all I play. Which is a shame, actually, because I know if I'm honest in my play, I'm an average support at best. I mean, I suspect I'm okay for, like, my skill level, but my skill level is, like, appallingly low, so that's not really saying a whole lot. But I really need to be watching where I'm going. So I think we just wind up going in a big circle here. Gonna take my lumps with the poison. I can't believe that all missed me. And then I let it hit me in the face. Alright, let's go back to the start because it's so much fun to watch me go through this level over and over and over again. So I tend to look at stuff in reflection of I tend to look at additions in the game in the lens of supporting. One funny thing is, in terms of game, so I've noticed when I'm able to say that I've had a pivotal effect on the game, and I can more consistently deliver, it's actually when I do something like go mid. So like when I've started randoming a little bit more to sort of force myself to get outside of, or used to rather, it's not like I've played recently. I'd random a bit more just so I could, learn heroes, and not like just learn it in the context of a bot game, because just like Dark Souls, right, the bots are not really going to teach you a lot about playing the game, other than like basic mechanics. Just like, if I were to focus on all the NPCs for PvP, I would get very disappointed if I went into some kind of arena and thought I was ready to take on all comers. Okay, I need to think about this for a little bit. So if I fall down here... That's where that horrifying beast is. I think I'm more comfortable with my shield. But yeah, so... but with that in mind, like, I get more satisfaction out of playing supporting, because it's... I like the idea of being able to have an impact on a game without necessarily having to buy a lot of items or build yourself up. It's something that you can have an impact from the very beginning. The only problem is that I probably have... Maybe it's just an indication of like a severe attitude problem on my part. Thing it's not nearly as scary as I thought it was. But I'm finding it increasingly difficult to sort of pin my my hopes of winning a match on another player. Because, like, I can remember a game where there's enough space to be created. We have something like a Spectre, I think it's like a Spectre and a Gyrocopter on the same team. And, hello. I think this will get me to the person I want. I don't think it's going to make me any closer to progressing in this level, but... Alright. That's number one, always kill these statues. But I can remember, it's actually one of the first times I was ever a little salty in a... Oh, for fuck's sake. I was ever salty in like a friendly match where, like, this guy's complaining about losing. And I think I'd said something to the effect, like, I can't believe that after 90 minutes of just free farm that you have still not gotten your items. It's about as nasty as I get in games like Dota. But I mean, again, it's one of these things where, like, at a certain point, like, unless I want to completely respec at the 70-minute or like 70-minute mark is you know, carry Venge and just hope that the enemy team has been wasting their time the entire match. You know, it's not going to end well. I don't know. I mean, a new patch sort of seems like a good time to maybe consider trying some other stuff. I mean, maybe trying something a little bit more directly impactful might be good. If nothing else, just so I can sort of learn. So if I think about all those times where I've complained about the fact that I don't feel like my effort has been properly used, like, maybe if I can just identify what is causing these, you know, these people I'm supporting, it could just be that there's something that I'm not understanding in terms of what their priorities are, and that I'm actually failing in terms of the support that I'm giving. And in that sense, I mean, I'm probably not going to learn what that is. I mean, obviously, if I just have a bad support... oh, Christ almighty. I didn't know it could do that. Get out of there. I think I'm dead. Nope, nope, got away. Alright. Let's never do that again. Oh, I'm fucked. But yeah, so it might just be that I need to actually go through the experience of having somebody who is not there for me when I need something done, and then I'll become a better support. Or I'm actually God's gifts to Dota, and that all the people that I've been playing with are the reason for my losses, right? That's the way that normally works. Actually, the thing that annoys me more is not the fact that the bots wouldn't sneak Roche, it was the fact that you could see... it was the fact that you could see an entire enemy team go into the Roche pit, and the bots would fail to react. I'm very interested in seeing what happens now that they've outsourced the bots to the community, because Dota's bots have consistently been terrible, like to a point that I think if you were to try and learn Dota through playing the bots, you would actually probably learn more bad habits about the game than what to do, because like in the end, so. I always like thinking of Dota in terms of real-time strategy. Now this probably bears more of a reflection in terms of the kinds of games I'm interested in. But I mean, obviously it's a Warcraft 3 mod, right? So it's not unfair to think of it in those terms. Alright, finally, after all this effort, I get my consensual PvP. And now I'm gonna cheese. Oh god. Probably should have healed up before I did this. Oh god, am I really gonna be able to get away with doing this? Alright, well, I roasted myself. Oh, I'm fucked. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just overdramatic. Oh, fuck off. That felt slightly less rewarding than I thought it would. But there we go. I have my effigy. I can rest easy now, knowing that the AI did not get the best of me, chat. Anyways, yeah, so, I mean, I like the idea. I mean, it's a project I'd be really interested in taking up, other than the fact that there's so many other things that I want to do, but just trying to get this idea of programming a bot to make some strategic decisions in terms of Dota. Like, I don't think, in terms of getting, you know, introducing players to the game, I actually don't think the mechanics are that hard. I know there is a little bit of buy-in that you need as far as... wait a minute. This isn't a dead end. Why can't I think sensibly about this? You know, there's a little bit that you need to get used to. I actually think if more people thought of it as like an RTS, people would find heroes like Lone Druid and Visage and Meepo. They wouldn't be like, I'm annoyed that those heroes are considered to be the hard heroes because you need to control more than one unit. It's like, this is, you know, once upon a time, if you played StarCraft or Warcraft or Command and Conquer or any of these things, like this would be, or what's the other one that people played? I see it on GOG all the time. Total Annihilation, I think it was. Okay, I'm missing something really obvious here. So surely these are just pits. Yeah. But yeah, just like simple things like saying is like, okay, so, you know, what is my, you know, the simple thing like trying to create a series of instructions that say, what is my highest priority right now, you know? This is something that's difficult for a human player to figure out, let alone an AI. Oh, okay, I'm just an idiot. There is a way down here. You know, I think in the end, a lot of Dota 2 can just come down to how well somebody answers the question, I'm dying right now, what is causing this to happen? You know what, I'm going to save us a lot of trouble and just go to the other part. You know, am I dying because I'm under-equipped? In this case, what you want to be doing is you want to be farming. You don't actually want to be taking engagements. Are you dying because you're coming in at inopportune times? I mean, there's even times where the answer is legitimately it's because my team is not taking advantage of the space or the you know, the advantages I'm creating for them. That's a very legitimate answer in a lot of cases, but unfortunately it's not one that you're really going to be able to change. Generally, shouting tends to have the opposite effect. So I mean, obviously, I like complaining about the bots because I think they're terrible. And I mean, more importantly, too, like, Valve makes a lot of money. And they've got a lot of very smart people working on computer science problems. And certainly there are, you know, these are the people who are more likely to be creating good bots. But in the end, you're not going to see too much of a priority in this, simply because, Jesus, that thing always hits like a truck. I think this is my death. Nope. Okay. I would have done the miracle, except that I think that guy probably would have caught me in an explosion. But yeah, so I mean, like, I don't know if it's reasonable to expect a casual player like me. But I mean, just simple thing. Like, I would, the first place I would go would say, it's like, what if we kept the bots normal, and then I just made a note of the time that it made a completely irrational decision. And, you know, a good example of this would be, you know, you, the player who's trying to learn support, are now, you know, you're setting up vision around the Roshan pit. I will stop talking about Dota a little bit. I realize I'm playing Dark Souls 2 and talking about a completely different game, but like I said, the original intention was to be AMA while I was going through old sections, but I was so compelled by this pit that we went through it anyway. But yeah, just like, you know, you see 5 people go into the Roshan pit, you're all in a good spot, and if you cannot convince the AI to take that opportunity, alright, well, I wasn't paying attention to the fact that that's a terrible beastie. Do it. Does mist affect me? Poison. This is gonna be a very bad decision. It's very placid about it. Okay, so I'm gonna get ready to run. So the fact that there's blood in the area suggests to me there's something terrible that happens. No. Okay then. What a strange encounter. I'm assuming there's some item somewhere that will explain what that whole thing was, but... But yeah, so like, the easiest one for me, like where I would begin programming a Dota AI would just be to say, it's like, assume that the Valve bots are correct. Because in terms of mechanics for the game, they're very good. If you play against an unfair bot, and you try to do any kind of skill shot, or you try to get any kind of trap on them, they are going to have instantaneous reactions. But in terms of thinking overall about the game, I mean, they will stand by while you take down their throne because they think they have an opportunity to kill some, like, you know, support. But I mean, there's no... The problem is that there's no incentive for a company like Valve to actually develop a better AI for the game. Because in the end, it's a multiplayer game. They want to have as many people as possible in the... I'm alive! They want as many people playing the multiplayer game as possible, so if you make good AI, then, you know, there's less of an incentive to go into the multiplayer game. I'll be the first to say, if the AI were better, I would actually play more bot games. But that's usually just because I can quit that at any time, and nobody's going to be upset at the fact that I didn't finish the match. Also, there's something to be said for attitude, right? Yeah, I know bots can't delta split to save their lives, but also, I mean, I'm not as low rank as nobody knows how to, like, respond to a chain frost, but let's not pretend that that's only a bot problem. Alright. I will refrain from Dota talk for a little while. Because we are making progress too. So, here's a question. Maybe for the benefit of still allowing me to do a little exploration in the game, but answering something. Does anybody here who has played Dark Souls 2 know if the encounter with the spider is ever explained in the game? Or if that's just... Oh. Or if that's just, you know, some monster you just killed and you never really think about it. It's actually, I guess maybe the other thing that I would say in terms of the overall Dark Souls series. In general, I actually like the fact that it doesn't hold your hand story-wise or game-wise. I think probably the story is maybe not as... So the one catch, of course, is that if you employ this technique, people will sometimes give you a little too much of a benefit of the doubt, and they will make the story mean anything. But I kind of like the fact that... I don't know, I kind of like the fact that there's, it's something that you unwrap as you go through it. But it always comes at the I mean, for me, I know largely, for most of the plot of Dark Souls and for most of the encounters, I'm just completely ignorant of the lore, and usually I'm probably not going to be in a point where I learn any of it, save for, you know, checking out a wiki or something like that. Usually what I do after I finish a Dark Souls game... Oh, consent. I think that's just a drop to my death. I'll like consult some kind of a wiki or something like that just to make sure there isn't anything major that I missed. So I think if I didn't consult the wiki for Dark Souls 1, I know Prepare to Die Edition basically has all the DLC for the first Dark Souls game, which I believe would have been... So I don't think the DLC was ever released on its own for PC. I think it was for PlayStation. But yeah, like I would have missed out on all of that if I didn't consult it, so... It's not bad to petty. The one thing I'll say, so I think, by and large, people have been unfair to it in saying it's, I think what I usually hear, it's the worst of the Dark Souls series. And I mean, I suppose if there's 3 games and number 1 is really good, number 3 is really good, then, you know, by definition, then number 2 has to be the worst. But it implies that it's not a very good game. And I know when it first came out, there were a lot of people talking about how disappointing it was. I think there's some things in its favor. There are some things that I would change about it. But I think it's a worthy follow-up. It's a lot easier to get lost in this one than in the first one. And I'm not talking specifically this level. I'm talking in the game overall. Like, my original plan for tonight was to go back to all of the previous areas I've been in. Just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, but it's fairly obvious here that this is where, assuming that I'm correct in saying that there have to be kind of like 4 final bosses I take on, I'm going to assume that this was that this is the place I'll find the last one. All right, just got to get my bearings here. So we've got 2 here. Did I go down here already? I think this is the one with like the message that said pointless. Oop. Get a little welcoming committee set up. Oh my god, I'm bad. So I think the fact that there are so many, I think they very deliberately put so many of these torch guys in to make sure that you would never run out of torch. I think they want you to use those lanterns. It's actually one thing I'm really bad at doing in this game is lighting any of the sconces. It definitely helped with this one, so. Once I've exhausted all the other possibilities, I'll do the right... Damn it! That was not the pot I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was dead, but turns out it was somebody else's explosion. Alright, what in the world is going on over there? Until I see Seath the Scaleless, I'm not going to try and look for the secret passage. But yeah, so to Petty, I would say I'm not entirely sure the getting lost thing is necessarily a strike against the game, although it does make me a little more self-conscious when streaming. I also think a bigger world means you have more opportunities to kind of sort of just wallow in the lore and things like that, which if you find that appealing, which I kind of do, it's nice. And again, like I said, the game doesn't hold your hand. It's certainly not, it's not any different than Dark Souls 1. You're going to be left on your own to figure out what's going on. Jesse Quill, thank you very much for that host. How was... I believe you were playing The Walking Dead when I last saw you. Alright, I know we have a couple of new faces in here. I know we also have some people who probably just got very fed up watching me fail to do Dark Souls 2. But welcome to Jesse Quell Raiders. Hey, Elkanu is here! Wonderful! Obviously I was watching Elkanu play Resident Evil, so we've got a few shoutouts to do tonight. So guys, you'll be very happy that we will not be talking about Dota 2 for a little while. Let me just take a minute here. We've got Jesse Quill, Kyra, Elkanu, Maka34. Elkanu, thank you for your host as well. You finished Michonne. Interesting. I thought you were playing, there's a newer one out, right? New Frontiers, I think it's called. Alright, guys. Jessie Quill is a very dear friend of mine. She is also one of the biggest streamers that I know on Twitch, but sizes and everything. No, she's one of the first people that I met on it, and somebody who's been very warm and open in terms of her advice, and one of the longest standing followers of the channel. If you haven't had a chance to watch her channel, it's easily one of my top recommendations on Twitch. She's a variety caster. She does just about everything. And I know I've not really had this on display here, but commonly, especially if I'm playing a more strategic game, I'll usually talk a little bit about how either it relates to my field of study and my profession now, economics. Alright, this looks like a drop to my death. You know, we'll usually go into some of the deeper themes of the game. Usually, though, in my case, it'll be from slightly more materialistic views. So, for instance, we could consider a game like Civilization, and you know, your decision to build workers relative to production or something like that. That could be sort of mapped onto a pretty fundamental problem in macro, which is the division, you know, between labor and capital. Now, Jess will do something very similar, but her background is both computer science and psychology, and so she has quite a few insights, not just into the characters and why they behave the way that they do, but generally sort of talking a little bit more in depth about some of the things that the game is about. You know, we were talking a little bit... Oh, no problem at all, Elkanu. This is a part where I'm getting a little... It's easy to get lost in this one, so I don't know if I'm going to have that many spoilers on here, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing you play Dark Souls 2, so all the best. Thank you very much for stopping by, this was made from Somewhere's B Team while they were making Bloodborne. Interesting. I didn't know that, Tipetti. I'll give El Canoe a shout out, but I have to do it a little bit later, so he probably won't be here for that. But that's fine. We'll speak honestly about him, and I'll say the really nice stuff that nobody's expecting. But yeah, so those are on their own. I think are some fantastic reasons to watch Jessie Quill, because she is. I mean, I always like to say she's the heart to my head, but in the end, like I know there's a certain point where I can discuss strategy, and it'll give some insight in terms of how the game works, or how, you know, maybe kind of the angle I would try and take on these things, which would be to maybe communicate some things that people find boring in an interesting way. Oh, for fuck's sake. At least my souls will be easy to pick up. But I think the only thing I really lost out of that was my humanity and my pride. Mind the cap. Hello, Samurai CCJ. Okay, just so long as I don't suddenly like run down to another giant hole on my way to the souls. I know there's gonna be like evil beasties waiting to get me, but alright, there we go. Anyways, with all of that said, the other thing that's really great about Jess is the amount of support that she's given to other streamers. In my own case, I mean, the most common comment that I will receive about the stream is not necessarily the quality of the gameplay, or the commentary, or even the games I pick, but people seem to like the sound of my voice. And she was the one to sort of really encourage me to push that, to pursue it, to kind of make that a bigger feature of the stream. I mean, there was a time when I was streaming on a Mac laptop, and I was just using like a headset that I won in a Dota 2 tournament. And, you know, that sort of informed the decisions that I made to put a little bit of capital to work. Oh, God. Alright, so all that effort that I put in, and I have to reset it because I don't know how to light a torch. Oh, well. But yeah, so I mean, her advice and her encouragement sort of informed some of the first decisions I made in terms of spending a bit of money on the stream. I gotta find a way to get down there. I know there was the exploding guy. You know what? I think I'm just gonna have to take my lumps and deal with the explosive undead. But so if you, I mean, it really comes down, Jessie Quill sort of stands astride all of the different aspects of Twitch. She understands the live broadcast medium very well, and you, I mean, would get a masterclass in terms of ways to interact with an audience from her. She also now does consulting for streams, so for streamers who kind of want to go from, you know, their current place and kind of want to take things to the next level, she does work along those lines. Thank you for the follow, Samurai. Oops. But I think above all, she's just, she's a really nice person. She's somebody who's really, you know, she's really sensitive to what people need. She's definitely a lot better at sort of gauging the emotional well-being of the chat than I am. Right, now I think this is where the exploding guy was, although this doesn't seem like a way that I can get to. So I either need to drop really fast and take him out, or I need to move down and run up. Okay. Running up seems to be the better call. Yeah, Pethrem, I'm just bad. Like, I sometimes accept that I just need to deal with, I need to just, like, I am absolutely the type of gamer who, oh, hello, sir. I'm the type of person who in certain... Well, actually, no. We were talking about this with my Ornstein and Smough fight, actually. Like, I refused to change out of the full Havel set to give myself the dexterity to actually handle Ornstein and Smough. And instead, I just, you know, got up enough health, or, you know, however the hell I managed to get around it. Or just, like, got my timings down perfectly or something like that. So... I think in this case I've just accepted the fact that I'm going to get a big batch of poison in the face no matter how hard I try, and that this is just my life now and I need to accept, I just need to accept the problem. Anyways, guys, I do strongly encourage... I mean, most of the people who are in this chat are people who either have come from Jessie Quill's channel or already know her. But if you haven't, she's definitely one of my highest recommendations on Twitch. I guess I said the highest recommendation earlier, so I should be consistent on this. She's definitely somebody who I think will teach you a lot about Twitch. She'll teach you a lot about gaming. And this is maybe one thing that I don't talk about enough in terms of her background with psychology, is she's actually done... papers. Now, admittedly, it's undergraduate work, so, like, don't expect, like, you know, it's not going to change the world with due respect. I mean, nothing I've written is gonna either. So, but she's definitely put some... So, for instance, I mean, if you want to talk about this, Jess, it might be something that's maybe a little bit more interesting than me ranting about Dark Souls or Dota 2 while I try and navigate this this underground cavern. Hey, we've got new stuff. Standard mimic test. But she's actually done study on Super Hexagon. I didn't intend to break the chest. I just hit my button too many times. I wonder if the stuff inside the chest actually gets destroyed if you break it open. I guess I could do that to the next chest if there's rubbish inside that after I beat the hell out of it. Okay, so I gotta find some way over to those urns. Probably not really gonna be able to see through the floorboards though. So I don't think there's any ladders down here. Okay. Maybe I'm just supposed to jump it? Well, hang on. There's a platform over there, so... Wait, I got turned around. See, oh god, Jesse, so did are you basically saying that you wrote the paper that actually empirically verified that games don't, or what was it, games don't make me violent, lag does, or something like that? Because I was actually going to say, like, it would be an interesting follow-up to that to see if the frustration that comes out of the multiplayer experience is the fact that you're playing against more skilled players than the AI. And so as a result, you're going to... Basically, you're going to have the game behave in a way that you don't want it to more often. You're going to have... you know, you're going to lose, basically, is what it comes down to. You did on purpose. Oh, so like all good psychologists, you knew what your conclusion was before you started writing, and then you just fit the data to fit your... to fit the position you had at the beginning of the study. I see. Good to know. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if the reactions... I mean, so I think everybody kind of roughly has an idea of what people are talking about when it comes to, you know, the bad behavior, violent behavior that's supposedly inspired by video games. It would be interesting to see... Ah, there we go. I'm just blind. All right. Looks like... Alright, I'm just gonna fix that. I'm probably gonna ruin some stuff doing this. Oh god. At risk isn't the same as broken, damn it. Oh, why not? Well, fragrant branch of yore. Oh, thought those things were gonna like spit at me. Alright. Here we go, chat. Oh. Oh, for God's sake! So there isn't even a boss to that area? Oh god, this is horrible! What is this place? Why is this place? Fuck off. Run away! Run away! Alright. Before I do anything, I'm repairing this ring. Oh, I can't. Alright, well. Today I become a man. This is actually a little funny, so I have to run to deal with this, but I can't run too much, otherwise I get a one of these fiends hurting me. So I guess the answer is just keep moving. Okay, I gotta finish this off quick so I can drink up. Oh, Christ almighty. Alright, so part of my armor is also dying. Oh, for... Oh! Why does this game hate me? So I gotta kill it, or I gotta heal. I don't know if we'll make it. Thank God. Alright, this poison has got to stop. Large snakes thrusting in and out of holes. Toxic fluids flying everywhere. I'm wondering what inspired this place. When you got through it, you never had to go back. I suppose that's a relief. So these black pools, yep. I absolutely can't afford to get caught in one of those surprises. The good news is if I can stagger one of those things, they're actually quite straightforward, but... Woodland Child Gully. Well, you know what? You can come right on over here. Yeah, get it out of your system. Actually, I gotta be careful on what side I take them on, because if I move towards one of those black pools, oh my God! So I'm losing all my armor. I keep forgetting he gets to him. He's probably gonna ask us. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. I really need to find a bonfire so I can repair all my stuff. I really don't want to use a homeward bone though, because that just means I have to go through this misery again. So, basically take it slow, assume that anything's gonna come popping out of these black pools. And just work my basically I want to work like the poison down before I do anything, just because as soon as I rush, unfortunately, I use my ever vanishing Estus. I also got to think about where the most likely bonfire is. That chest is a mimic. I'm going to be very upset. Alright, there's got to be a smart way for me to run around the edge of that thing, and... well, at least it can't hit me from here. Alright. Safe enough. Actually, I guess this would have been a good time to test to see whether or not stuff gets destroyed when you hit it. The last bonfire would have been before the fog gate through here. That's what I was worried about. Okay, I just gotta be smart. I think I'll just... I don't know if I should be approaching these things because they usually... I haven't quite figured out how it works, whether or not it triggers their attack where they just start eating you. I think it's if you run into it. I'm not 100% sure. That's rude. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I suspect a level like this, part of the intensity is not knowing when your next bit of relief is going to be coming up. So I'll be doing it in a slightly boring way. Not that not that I've been doing it any differently throughout this stream. But just, you know, go methodically, you know, try to tease out any enemies in the area, systematically take down the poison statues. It'll be slow, but it'll be a way consistent with the fact that I'm losing my armor. I mean, what might be smart is just for me to take off my armor and take advantage of the fact that, ooh, damn it, take advantage of the fact that at least I have the bonus to like the move speed and stuff like that. But I suspect that will be something that becomes my undoing. Har har, Jess. So, you guys know all those nice things I said about Jessie Quill? Oh god, it's another fog gate. If there's a boss, I think I'm just declaring chapter 22. This would be like the Capra demon. Try friend and use fan. Oh my god, they are gonna make me go against a boss. Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm gonna go against a boss with damaged armor. You know what? Screw it. Oh, please, don't fix those on my account. Can we talk about this? The Rotten. Okay, so very heavy stamina damage for that thing, but I can at least withstand it. Alright. Not if I go for an attack, though, so... Nice. Okay, I'm gonna assume if I get grabbed by this guy, it's game over, so... Oh, fuck. Fuck! Yeah, you just lose it once. Oh, actually, this is gonna be really bad, because I've got, like, 29,000 souls. I think... Okay. I think I actually need to just make a beeline for that. So I can get my souls back. Homeward bone it out of there. And do my repairs. There has to be some kind of a bonfire that you can get. That's ridiculous that you have to go through that every time to get to that guy. Wait, is this the right area? Oh, my old friend Poison. I missed you. I think I'll just use an Estus on this. So I'm going to assume that this boss is a few phases, because that seems a little too easy for the whole boss fight. But assuming that I get my dodges down a little... Well, actually, no. It's also worth remembering that most of my armor's broken now, so I probably have a little bit more damage to his cleaver attack, or a little bit more resistance to his cleaver attack. But yeah, I'm assuming there's something more about that guy that we haven't seen yet. Yeah, no problem, Ethan. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Sorry I'm not gonna... I mean, I think you were here for basically the majority of, like, the meandering and the anguish. But I assure you I will let out a primal scream of satisfaction when I finally win for you. But yeah, have a good one. It's actually, it's almost 3 a.m. where I am as well, but we'll see how far we can get through this. Now that I have a boss, like I found my second win, I might actually try and take a Red Bull, which was kindly donated to the stream by someone. I'm wondering if it makes sense to just, to just take all the armor off when I go do that. So yeah, there's two major reasons to think that there's got to be a bonfire closer to the boss. So the fact that you have to go through something that damages your armor to the boss doesn't make a lot of sense. Mini-bosses do have these sort of hellscapes like the Black Gulch. So if you think back to the Capra Demon of the first Dark Souls, that would be precedent. Oh my god. Alright. Fair enough. I'll just make sure I have a homeward bone, which I do. Still, that doesn't actually get past the worst part of this, which is all the stuff you have to do to get to the fog gate, but... That's funny, I normally hear the, I don't know, I've played enough Souls that I know to listen to the... Oh, Forlorn! How I missed you. Where are you? Well, have fun with the poison, my friend. Hey, how come he doesn't get poisoned? I should have gone for the backstab. You know, he is really good at getting out of my kind of chain stun of... So, I mean, I'm kind of tempted to take the existing souls I have right now and just repair what I can, but I don't really think... I mean, there's nothing in here that I haven't beaten before with less. I'm really curious what that black circle is about. I think what I'm just going to do is again, systematically clear out all the poison. I know I've got some beasties in the ponds that I have to deal with, but... The nice thing is when you destroy the environment, even if the enemies respawn, the statues do not. Yes, I did already get that. So again, backing off because I haven't dealt with everything on the right-hand side yet. It only takes 3 hits, which is the good news. The bad news is that it kind of jumps back every time I hit it, which makes it kind of tough to get a killer combo in, unfortunately. Oh shit! So it's not just getting near it, you have to go near it at a specific point, and I really don't know if I can take 2 of these on at a time. Do our best. Ah, nice. So you can anticipate you can actually anticipate their attacks. Cool. Bit of safety. So, Samurai CCJ, I don't know if you use Better Twitch TV at all, but I believe if you put your mouse over the emote, it'll tell you whose emote those things are. I am a little preoccupied at the moment, but no good answer for those, unfortunately. And 500 damage on a single hit on that thing is no joke. Obizyanka. I mean, Obizyanka, from what I understand, is actually a really nice person, but I remember there was, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jess, but I think there was, I don't know if it quite counts as a troll, because I think trolling sort of implies a conscious act on the part, but maybe we'll just call him by his real name and say he's just a misogynist, and was busy lecturing you on like what a classy lady streamer is like, and using Obizyanka as the example. And I'm like, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, she would be very happy to be thought of as a classy streamer, which she is. From, I don't really watch her all that much, so I can't necessarily say I have the individual experience. I really just want to run across and nail this guy, but I know I'm gonna have beasties come. But I suppose there's some irony in, you know, immediately turning around and having that. Oh shit, I forgot you can break shields. Well, the AI can. I have no idea how to do that. Fuck! I fucked up big time there. So I lost the 20,000 souls, and I have to run halfway through the level to get them back. Alright. The 11,000 is not going to be enough for me to get my souls back. Let's see what happens if I just straight up run through the level. So I gotta be careful of the black holes. This was poorly considered, actually. Ah, shit, so I actually could have run, Ironically, this is actually safer for me to do. Oh, nope, I'm fucked. Yeah. This is actually a really big mistake. Okay, let's see if I can get away doing... Fuck. Oh, God! I just I combined like one terrible decision on another. Yeah, so the thing I don't like about the Homeward Bone is the way that it asks you. It's like, are you sure you want to travel to safety? I'm like, yes! So that's basically 30,000 souls that I just lost on that. But it does make me wonder if I can actually just be reckless and run straight through all of that. So we'll do a trial run. What's it going to cost me to repair everything? Not too much. So I was also mistaken in how many souls it would require. So what are we looking at? We're at 845, 1,020, something like 1,350, let's say.
Don't waste my time.
Oh, of course, my ring is very expensive, so.
If you make it back.
All right. 816.
You would.
And while we're here,
I'll be around if you make it back. What?
oh, it does take 4. That sucks.
Don't waste my time.
All right, so I think I'm just gonna. I just foolishly lost a bunch of souls for no good reason. Maybe there's something I can buy. If I can turn something into. I'll just buy like an effigy off of this. Surely I can get 50 souls from somewhere. Probably the pigs? I don't know, Jess. That was originally why I was trying to look for a bonfire, and then all my gear broke, so it stopped being a necessity. Alright, I have the feeling that my sword does not do as much damage as it used to. That's weird that these things don't die in one. I just sort of figure at this point, I'm probably going to wind up losing these souls to Rotten, so I might as well, put it towards an effigy, which I'm almost certainly going to wind up using. Okay, so I'm not going to make this a habit, but I kind of want to see how effective I am at getting to Rotten just by straight up running. So this is going to be a problem. Actually, I think this is specifically put here to stop me from doing what I'm doing. Alright, now the real problem here is poison. Let's see if I can work through that. No! The easy answer is no, I cannot. Alright. So I'm sure somebody who's better at this game than me probably can run all the way to the boss, but if I do that, then I'm just wasting souls. So, it's gonna be grindy. And I need to be careful about the NPCs I encounter because they're gonna chew up my, You know, I think if I actually timed it so that I wasn't just doused in poison by the time... Oh, you know what? I just need to eat a moss. There is actually a way that I could pull that off. I'm not going to, though, because probably... Like, I just think of the number of things that can go wrong in that plan, whereas, you know, here it's just, it's a little tedious. Ah, I hate when this happens. At this point, I think it's just, it just makes as much sense to go to the bonfire. I don't believe the statues come back when I... Yeah, it's only when I go to the boss. But yeah, so the number of things that can go wrong sort of on this path and put me at a disadvantage for taking on Rotten. I just don't think it's... I don't think it's worth it. I know this is tedious, but it's manageable. Is there a way I can go around the outside of this and not have to deal with... Nope, nope. Well, that was a mistake. Oh, God. I am playing with fire with this thing. Alright. Reason I did that is because I still have miracles, which I'm not going to be able to use during that fight. And as Tapetti is fond of reminding me, you only need 1 HP. Ones on the ground that are... See, I've gotten slightly better at avoiding some of this, but the ones on the ground pretty consistently get me. There's also... I want to slightly adjust my loadout now that I think of it, because there's no advantage to me carrying the Apostle of Blue. This is weak sauce. Can gradually restore HP. Yeah. Okay, poison resist. Okay, so poison resist while I'm going through all of this, and then I think we'll do either like damage or physical resist when we're in the boss fight. But at this point, like, it doesn't. It seems like any of the PvP is just stuff that's generated from the level. So there's no real point in me. I mean, even then, like the blue Covenant ring that I'm wearing is it's a pretty dubious use, to be honest. Like most of the time, I mean, you guys saw all the PvP we had to deal with here. Like nobody actually came to my defense during any of that, so typical. That poison resist really does make the difference, though. Alright, so this is roughly around the time that the NPC generates. Now I have to cross a certain threshold. Unless the game's decided to take mercy on me. Or have mercy on me, rather. See, when I get lucky, I can actually get the trio of hits on it, but I was kind of taking my life in my own hands there. Ah, there he is. Alright, I think I just need to run it. Oh, I got lucky. I'm a little tempted to just try and kick him over the edge, but my experience has been whenever I lock on to people, I usually wind up going over the edge with them, so. But we'll see if maybe I can get... we'll see if maybe I can get a backstab in. Oh god. This is bad for me. This is one I'm willing to use an Estus on. Estus up, you idiot! Oh, fuck. Ah, that's really frustrating. I don't know why it's the case, but every once in a while, whenever I hit the activate button on something, so like a Homeward Bone or the Estus Flask, it will require like 1 or 2 hits. I don't quite get why, but as you can see, it can make all the difference. You know, I hate to do this, but I'm actually going to use an effigy on this. Well, I could to Petty, but the problem is that I get doused in poison. So the answer that I have for that would be I can the answer that I have for that would be to just make sure that I have some moss equipped, so that I eat the moss when I get to the threshold of the boss, and clear out all the poison. But again, it's resources that I have that are being spent on not getting ready for the boss. That NPC is actually not that difficult, other than the fact it's kind of gotten in my head a little bit, and I'm trying to preserve as much like healing as I can. And it's had this perverse effect of like all of a sudden I'm now spending more time dealing with it than I am the actual boss. So this time we should get it without too much difficulty, but we'll see. Oh, god damn it. Right. So miraculously I actually got... by without without triggering those beasties. I'm not quite ready to bring in AI help because I know I felt really bad the last time I won with one. I kind of want to take this on my own. One thing I want to be careful about, though, is I don't want to just run back to the bonfire in this combat, because at that point, almost certainly there will be stuff that spawns to kill me. What is retrieval? So basically, Maka, in Dark Souls, one of the reasons why this game is so difficult is that you collect souls over the game. The souls are the currency and the experience in the game. Now the catch... Ooh, please don't go over the edge. The catch about souls are that if you die, you drop your souls. And if you die again, then your previous drop vanishes. So every time that I have died to that boss, and I had like 20,000 souls, and and then I die again without picking them up, those souls are gone forever. So that's just progress that I've made in the game, which just vanishes. There we go. Alright, where's a good place for me to fight? I still think this is probably the best spot, although I can't go further back there. So in this case, I'm going to focus a little bit more on dodging. And also, yeah, I gotta find a good way to get like a stun on him, but... Okay, well that didn't have the intended effect. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think this might be the death of me. Fuck! Yeah, so less to worry about on the AI, and I have everything to worry about on the poison. Alright, just a second, guys. I'm gonna get something to drink. So basically, retrieval is collecting what you lost before. So you can sort of think of it this way. There's bonfires which reset just about everything. So the bosses not the bosses, but the enemies respawn. Your health respawns. Everything, everything up to that point has been, is forgiven. But the other, arguably more important one, is to make the progress back to where you were before, i.e. your retrieval. Because if you don't... I mean, what it basically is like, it's to discourage you from doing kind of what I was trying to do, which is just straight up run through the level. Make it like a corpse run or something like that, and get lucky. Hey, OCS1 Spectre. I guess it's Happy New Year's Eve to everyone now. I have no luck with poison. I'm just gonna hold off and see if I can use my miracles on this. Again, the ideal is that I save my Estus for the times that I'm in combat. Estus still takes... Estus still takes some time to use, but it's, God damn it. But by and large, it's the more appropriate combat. I just can't catch a break. Whoa. So, in this case, I have to use Sadistus. Because they shoot poison at me, Maka. So the reason I've been getting poisoned is these things shoot at me. I can maybe, with my special ring on, I can actually take probably 2 poison. Yeah, 2 poison. But if I take a third, then I start ticking down a lot of damage, and especially when I'm going up to a boss, I need to have as much health as I can get. I'll try and tell you when I get poisoned, just so you can see what it looks like. Alright. What I should maybe try and do here... Hopefully I don't trigger this guy, but actually I'm going to try and trigger some of these black worm things. You know what, this is not a good place to fight him because those things can come out of anywhere, and there's still poison. Yeah, so he basically just straight up ignores my, Fuck me. So he basically gets 2 free attacks. Fuck this boss. Alright, so I was clearly able to beat him before. I can't rely on the fact that... Well, no, you know what? What if I just two-hand with him? So if I defend with my shield, that's just kind of a play not to lose, and eventually he does a shield break, and I'm helpless in that case. The really tough one is the fact that he kind of gets 2 hits, and it doesn't really matter if I hit him with my sword or not. He's not going to get staggered. Like, there's not really going to be any... Hang on, how did I do that? Oh, I think that was just a thrust. They're more or less standalone Maka. They have kind of this big lore to them. This is ridiculous. One thing I will say about Dark Souls 2, I do not like the move of the moves for the weapons. I have hit so many walls and just generally have not had them do what I want them to do. Like, the fact that this thing is standing still and I'm not able to hit it is a bit of a problem. But yeah, so, I mean, like, this takes place in seemingly in an entirely different world from the first Dark Souls game. The third one, from what I understand, will have some references to the original. But, by and large, they're self-contained. I think with most sequels, like, they make it so that you know, die-hard fans of the game usually say you need to play the first one. I am generally skeptical of such claims. Because it's like movies, right? Like, you generally don't have to see the original to... Like, okay, so think about The Empire Strikes Back, right? It's probably not a bad idea to see the first Star Wars movie, but you're not going to... Like, you're not going to be so lost that you cannot comprehend anything you see on the screen if you have not seen the first Star Wars movie and you watch The Empire Strikes Back. There's the opening title crawl, and you know Darth Vader is very obviously the bad guy at the beginning. You know, Luke, Leia, and Han are all the good guys. Like, it's not. You know, it's not like Game of Thrones, right? It's not like if you don't watch an episode before, you're not going to understand what's going on. Yeah, so I mean, if you like to follow a story in order, then, I mean, you kind of answer your own question there. Like, I can't tell you whether you should or shouldn't play them in order. Generally, my idea is that games improve as the development team becomes more experienced, and they're given budgets to sort of realize this greater vision that they might have had. So that's a reason to play stuff in order. All right. Oh, this is bad. Oh my fucking god. I think I gotta get out of here. Won't let me use the bonfire because this shithead's coming after me. Hopefully they'll all get in each other's way. Okay, this is interesting. So a double-handed strike will actually stagger him a little bit. Yeah, there's that 3-second hit. There we go. Fuck me. I'm almost tempted to leave these firebombs on those things. Because if they're going to camp me at the front here, there's not a lot I can do about their attacks. Okay, this is encouraging. So if I do a strong attack, then they can't quite reach me. Oh, yes they can. I certainly have one to deal with now. I suppose the real question is, do I really want to do this fight in this state? I mean, I've got 7 charges, so that's not the end of the world. Okay, I was thinking that might not be a problem, but it is. I'm very lucky that I can interrupt those things' attacks, otherwise they would be a lot more deadly. I mean, they're already a big problem. If they actually catch you, you're in a lot of trouble, but fortunately, if you can dodge on time, or if you can get them before they attack, that's usually the best way to do it. One of the things I'm going to do as well is just take the time to sort of look through all the little nooks and crannies to make sure that there isn't another, it would be weird for there to be a bonfire so close. But I do kind of want to make sure that I'm not leaving any aids on the table. And again, just eliminating any possibilities of like frustrations on the way to Rotten. Now the drawback, of course, is that I could get into the battle and just, you know, screw it up, and then all this effort's gone to waste, but you can never really predict stuff like that, so I'll do like one good clean like this, and if, as I suspect, down boy, god damn it, okay, I'm gonna need to blow another Estus on this, unfortunately. And in that case, that unfortunately was for no benefit whatsoever. That was just so I could explore. Wait, what? Tough enemy ahead. I don't like that. Oh, hello. Well, that is a godsend. Alright, now I can just waste my souls. Actually, I'm not even going to waste my souls. I'm going to spend my souls because I can. Oh god! Excuse me. Good old strength. Nothing beats strength. Alright. Equipment. So... raising my maximum HP is kind of a lame way of doing it. Increasing physical defense makes sense. Lightning and dark defense doesn't make sense in this context. He doesn't cause bleeding. Increasing physical attack makes sense, but I mean... see, there's two ways to think about this. Like, when he hits me, he hits like a truck, and I really don't know what steel protection's gonna give me in that case. And then you can say, I'm also gonna have, like, just this death by 1,000 cuts, because that's just the way that this game works, right? Okay, I'm gonna try the steel protection. Let's reconsider. I could also say I can ditch Covetous Serpent for Ring of Blades. Yeah, let's try that. I mean, I'm not crazy about it because I do believe you still get more from bosses. Like this? I don't know, just, I've never... there's a couple of people who've mentioned that. I've never thought it unusual. Oh god. Oh god! Why? Okay, that's fine. You just sit it out. I will use miracles. You know what, I'm gonna try two-handing my sword. That is tough. I think the steel protection actually made some sense there. Oh, god damn it. That should have been 3 free hits. I just gotta keep a little stamina up in case he tries something silly. So like I'd love to do 3 hits every time, but I gotta be careful. Especially if he does one of those like trio attacks. I got lucky there. Ow. Okay, gotta ask this up. Next one I kill him. It'd probably actually just do a single attack. But you don't want to get cocky in the last moments. So, ironically, if I just hadn't even bothered going to that special spot, I would have been able to take him. Wouldn't it make more sense to refer the Rotten as they, since there are a bunch of people fused together by some... no idea. I'm kind of curious how much damage this does, because I want the loot. It does a very meaningful amount of damage. I want to spend as little time as I can in that, but... Oh, you know what? This is going to kill me when I cross it, I'm almost certain. Oh, no, I'm okay. Yeah, it's a reasonable chunk of change. I'm sorry Jess wasn't there to watch it. You hear me, Jess? You abandoned me! So I think that is all of the baddies that we need to worry about in the first part of the game. If the, if sort of the way people have been talking to me is any indication. Again, not particularly worried because I know I have a bonfire. Alright, back to Majula. In my loins.
You are blessed with a myriad of souls. Bearer of the curse, make your way to the castle.
Alright. I do not have a list. Nice shard. Okay. Told you nothing beats strength. Alright. Let's just adjust my inventory a little bit. Again, for the sake of having it, I kind of like having my blue seal ring, and I do like the Covetous Serpent just because it gives me a little bit extra in terms of currency. Now, there was stuff down below that I wanted to investigate, but let's just see if these characters have anything to say.
What would you like? Well, I've only one thing to provide, and we both know what that is.
Yeah, so it's basically the same dialogue, it looks like.
No interest. Suit yourself.
So I kind of want to see what other stuff was available to me down below here. I might have to switch to the cat ring. What's up with the ghostly people? So this is one of the more interesting features of Dark Souls, Maka. It's, these are other people playing the game. So if you see pools of blood on the ground, these are people who have died in the game, and you sort of get to see their final moments. And it might give you some indication in terms of where some danger in the game is, or something like that. The ghosts... So actually, in Dark Souls 2, there are enemies that look like ghosts eventually. I'm not going to tell you where, because obviously that's kind of a... That's a bit of a surprise. But yeah, so here's a great example, right? So see this pool of blood. If I touch that and you see these ghosts, these are all people who were playing and they thought, oh, okay, I can jump down. And it turns out that they could not. So seeing them suffer this fate, I thought, hey, I'll try the same thing myself. Yeah, you can play it offline. You will miss out on the pools of blood. You'll also miss out on the orange notes on the ground. But otherwise, the game's more or less the same. One mechanic which I am not a big fan of is the invasion mechanic. So what the game does... Myriad tells me get bigger, more powerful souls. I gotta play this game more, but it really... Yep, T-Bro, that is more or less the the quintessential Dark Souls experience. But yeah, so I don't like his attitude. So Maka, basically what the game will do, there will be what are known as invasions, and this is where other players will specifically go into your game world to attack you. Now, the lore reason behind it is that basically hollows, which are these sort of mindless undead that we're fighting. Everybody in this game is basically undead. But the sort of the game is a little bit about sort of retaining whatever humanity you have in the face of being undead and being in this world. So one of the ways you can actually pillage humanity from other players, and there are some items in this game which you can use to invade somebody else's game and attack them. Now, the problem with this is that I think it's intended to kind of create this perpetual sense of danger for somebody. What it usually results in is people who just enjoy griefing, kind of going in, picking unfair fights, and your experience of it is you just have a big interruption in your game. It's one of these cases of involuntary PvP, which I just don't think hits the way it should. Now, I mean, again, I don't have some immediate answers in terms of how you necessarily make it better, but I can definitely tell you right now that to me, I find the invasion mechanic to be an exception to an otherwise very well-designed series. I think it just gets to a point where, with the rest of the game, I've said this a couple times on the cast already, but like where other things in the game will make you sort of confront it and just get better to overcome the challenges. Somebody who's kind of specifically designed a set of gear and is hunting a particular area to take on the weakest possible prey, basically something that people don't have a chance of taking on. I don't get a lot of satisfaction out of that. Presumably the person doing it does, otherwise they wouldn't do it. But there's a certain point where I'm kind of like, well, you know, is this really the sort of thing that we want to keep inside of a game? Because in the end, there's really no learning from that. Like, I have gotten to a point where I used to lose every invasion that would happen to me, to now, once in a while, I succeed. But I generally find it an annoyance more than anything else. T-Bro, I haven't played it. This is my first playthrough of Dark Souls 2, but somebody in the street, actually I think he's watching right now. Speak up, I can Well, I mean, I guess I can give credit anyway, but hey, Bloggin' how are you doing? Yeah, we were donated Dark Souls 3 for Christmas, which was really, really kind. So I was originally planning on taking a little bit of a break before. That thing is almost certainly going to raise up and kill me. Maybe not. But yeah, basically after I finish Dark Souls 2, we're more or less going to go straight into Dark Souls 3. Well, I say straight. Like, I obviously have a few games going on at once, so I might... Jesse Quill, we beat the Rotten! I was so disappointed that you weren't there. Astral Seer, how are you doing? It's 10 a.m., so a reasonable hour to wake up. Excellent. And it's a weekend for me, so thank you for the host, Astral Seer. Guys, it's worth mentioning for a second, Bloggin' is a streamer herself. Does a... Actually, I think you'd like to see the replay of that, Jesse Quill. It's very funny that I struggled so much at the start. And you can see how trivial it looks when we did this. Hey, Subject Panic. Anyways, Bloggin' has had a little bit of a hiatus from streaming. Recently got Life is Strange. Now, I believe has more or less finished the game at this point. So it'll probably be the second playthrough if she decides to cast it. But especially, I mean, a lot of people here are from Jesse Quill's stream. So you guys would have been watching The Walking Dead. If you guys like adventure-style games, Bloggin' I don't know if she exclusively does it, or... Alright. I have really created a problem for myself, I think. Anyways, so if you guys do like adventure games, you definitely should check her out. She's been a great member of this community. Somebody who actually joined us for Life is Strange, which was really fun. Alright, I'm gonna guess that these things just keep generating forever. Maybe not. Oh god, I keep forgetting poisoning. Actually, that's gonna be really tough to get my stuff back. Alright, I think I'm going to just... Okay, first thing I gotta equip is the limit. Okay, so there's got to be something I can target as far as the... Statues actually make it kind of tough. Maybe it makes sense to use these overhead strikes. I should be working on curse resistance too. I think I'm dead soon. So I can't do anything about these statues. These things are tougher than I thought, actually. Maybe if I can get him in a corner or something? So I gotta keep my stamina up. Oh, hello. Ah, so you just have to find the right one. Cool. That's a neat little fight. Rodents have unusual sides? I don't think they exist. Hang on, did we see this guy before?
Thou returnest. I am not unkind. Shouldst thou forbear thy ways, audience shall be thine. Swearest thou to serve me true?
You're a rat! No!
Then we need consort no longer.
Maka and Depetti, thank you very much for that. This is one big thing for me, guys, is obviously I put some effort into the shoutouts. And part of it is because, you know, there's a certain... You know, it may not even necessarily be in Twitch anymore. I mean... I think we're kind of at a point now where... You know, everything is kind of turned up to 11. So, you know, it's either absolute, you know, bullshit or it's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. It's really hard to make recommendations in an environment like that because as much as I like, you know, Jesse Quills and Blog and T's streams, it's a little bit hard to call them life-changing experiences with due respect to the, you know, with due respect to these casters. They're very fine casters, but I think I would be doing them a disservice if I said, you know, if I created this expectation that, you know, you will have this profound experience, you know, your life will never be the same having watched these casters. All right, now I've gone and done it. All right, so apparently if I wanted to get that item, there's one of these coffins I was supposed to fall down for. You know what? Maybe I can jump it with the cat ring. But do I really want to potentially lose 27k souls for that? And my answer is yes. Yes, I do. But I'm not giving up the binding ring. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, so it does mean a lot when you check out these recommendations because they mean a lot to me. I am very fond of these casters, and again, I think I mean I've had so much help along the way. It's really funny, like when I'm casting a game. So what'll happen once in a while is there'll be like a really popular shit. There'll be like a really popular maybe Paradox game or something like that, and I'll be, you know, either it'll be pre-release or I'll be the only person streaming it, or I'll be like the top person streaming it, and that feeds it in for like whatever reason. Just it's like it's Stellaris Day or something like that. So all of a sudden, like everybody's watching it. And I'll usually hear something along the line. I mean, I can remember the one time, this one guy, it's like, you know, you're not that important, you know, just play the game. And it's like, well, you know, I'm sorry, but if I've been given a lot of help along the way, and people have shouted me out, and I have the benefit of the viewership I have largely through other people talking about my cast and giving reasons for it. Yes, I am going to take a moment and say, if you have a cast, now is a really good time to shout yourself out, let people know what you do. And especially because when I do games, similar games, and I'm really just looking for a bonfire back home. When I do similar games, I mean, I have guys who are already bigger casters than me shouting themselves out in my channel. So I would much rather have it so that there's this clearly delineated point where people get a chance to, say, hey, check out my stuff, and give us a reason for it. And I mean, like I said, I like putting effort into the shoutouts because these are people who have made my community better off, and I'd love to see them have some of the same, the same care and some of the same attention that I got. A really good example, actually, the first time I hit over 100 viewers was when W. Shand hosted me and I was playing the first Dark Souls. So, anyways, it's, I don't know, I think it's, to me, like, these people are always worth the time that it takes to shout out. And I mean, they give me so much stuff to talk about that it's very easy to, to do. But, there's only one half to the shout out. Like, in the end, I can shout stuff out, but it's up to you guys to, to do the follows. And so it's really rewarding to see people who I enjoy watching do well. Oh, do I really have to go through this bullshit again just to... You know what? This is time for a homeward bone. This is what homeward bones were made for. But yeah, it's, I mean, like I said, it's, it does mean a lot to me that you guys are taking the time to listen. You're taking the time to check out these other casters. Because, I mean, in the end, I mean, let's not mince words. They're better than me. And more importantly, too, I think I've spent enough time, well, not on a team anymore, but I've definitely spent enough time with people who consider Twitch to be a zero-sum game. Somebody who's watching someone else is not watching me, therefore it's bad that they're watching this other person. I would definitely prefer to reward the right kind of behaviors. Hey, speaking of people who are a lot of fun to watch, Cap Howdy is in the house. How are you doing, Cap Howdy? And sorry, let me just catch up quickly with chat, and then I'm going to give my dear friend Cap Howdy his shout out. Wait a minute, a bit prejudiced, isn't that? Sorry, Tapetti, I can't remember which one you're referring to. I'm very happy that you got new followers, Blog and T, because it's, I mean, I can remember a few people in terms of the first games, like for instance Endors, who I don't really think stops by anymore, but I remember when he came, and like I was streaming Gods Will Be Watching to an empty chat. And I remember you first coming in with Life is Strange. It's definitely, there's some people who kind of make an impact, and they come during a really good or a really special game. And especially the people who stay. So like one of the hardest things about being a variety caster is that you'll have people who come in for a game. So like obviously if somebody comes in just for Dark Souls, they're going to be really disappointed when, I play Off-World Trading Company or something like that. Mind you, they're also probably disappointed that I suck at the game and I talk about myself a lot, but yeah. But it's hard because there's some people who can sort of rely on an inbuilt audience for X, Y, or Z game. But, if you do variety, you're trying to sell people on, well, for me it's my green eyes and sexual charisma, but for mere mortals it's usually their personality or their way of speaking, so. Fortune Cookie response to that, Maka? I don't think I saw it, but... Oh, fucking life-changing experience in bed, goddammit. Well, I'm sure somebody can confirm or deny this for Jess. Casts absolutely have to be life-changing experiences, Astral Seer. No, they definitely just have to be good entertainment. But, I mean, some of us aspire to be life-changing. If any of you want to know anything about economics. If you watch Jesse Quill, you will taste chocolate and your sex will be better. Does imply that I'll be getting any? Like a radio show, the game they're playing is just actually... Exactly, that's the same for me. I mean, so like a good example would be Diablo 3, which, like the Diablo series I like, but I actually become kind of bored with because I find it very repetitive. But I find they're a little bit like what I would call a furniture game, which is it's something that's nice to have on in the background while I'm doing something else. What else do we have? No caster is better than the other. It's all about personal taste. What are you talking about? I am definitely better than some casters. Jess is definitely a better caster than me. There's definitely better casters, although I will also say that there is... So this is the big thing, right? There is the... So here is where I would make this distinction, because I know it's very appealing to try and... So I'll maybe say for the purposes of good taste and friendly conversation, it's usually helpful not to worry too much about saying, you know, lethal frag is better than... Okay, now I can't say, you know, generic caster that you're thinking of who is not as good as lethal frag. Generally, and I mean, this is not the sort of thing that you want to have in a chat anyway, right? Because if you don't enjoy something, just don't watch it. But in the same way that I can say that 2001: A Space Odyssey is a better movie than Friday the 13th, the original, or any Friday the 13th, for instance. In one sense, you can say, well, there's no comparison to be made because one is a science fiction movie, which is, you know, pretty much crossing over into art film, whereas the other one is kind of a make some cash kind of, you know, make some cash kind of, you know, schlock horror. But I mean, we have a discipline of aesthetics for this. And I don't think it's particularly controversial or wrong to say that objectively 2001: A Space Odyssey is better. Now, whether, you know, one is more entertaining or whether subjectively one might hold a preference for these things, that's fair enough. But I would definitely say one is unquestionably a work of art, whereas the other is, you know, it is a commercial product which was very likely very successful in finding its audience, but is not comparable to the experience of the other. And I think you can say the same about streamers, although I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's sometimes helpful to pretend that we don't do that, because I mean, like I can give you a list of people who I just straight up don't like on Twitch right now, but this wouldn't be particularly entertaining, and I don't think it would be very insightful. And I mean, there's so many people who I can spend the time talking about who I like, that why would I spend that time, you know, crapping on somebody else's stream? All right, let me take a second here and mention Cap Howdy. Cap Howdy is an Australian streamer. Actually got to host him after we did Battlefield 1 and we did the Gallipoli mission, which is very, very great. It's you know, if you want to have an Australian, you know, well up with nationalist pride, mention Gallipoli. No, it's a really fun campaign too. He's a great variety caster. I notice, at least when I've been by, and since I've moved to Ontario, it's a little bit harder. Mirf, thank you very much for that follow. Since I've moved to Ontario, I've had fewer opportunities to watch his cast than I would like. But it seems like he has a slight tendency to do classic games, although not exclusively. So, I mean, I've seen him do Metroid, I'm pretty sure I saw you do Metroid. I might be going crazy. I've seen him do the original Half-Life. He's done Half-Life 2. I've seen him do What was the last thing I saw you playing? It was another... it was a classic title when I hosted you for Battlefield. I'm sorry, my mind's going tonight. I got a late start, now it's 4 in the morning. In any case, I know there is this tendency... people love Australian accents, so... That'll be the first thing I try and get you, Sel. But it's not just because he's got a nice sounding voice and people like the accent. I mean, Australians watch him, right? So there's got to be another reason to watch him. He's an extremely friendly guy. You will feel very valued in his chat, and he's really great at interaction. He doesn't have to put the gameplay on hold like I do to interact with people. Again, the friendliness is the first thing that you'll be struck by when you go inside that. And it's actually a lot of fun to watch him play these games because, again, he does a very good job of kind of connecting the game to his interests and why he's playing something, what the game means to him. And so it's always a lot of fun to watch him play, and I always get something new out of the cast. I keep forgetting to spend my souls. Also, I don't know where this castle is. Who else do we have? Yeah, well, I mean, if the argument is whether or not people have subjective experiences, you'll find no argument here. But I think there's a tendency nowadays to
seek souls, larger, more powerful souls.
I don't know, like
Seek the king.
I don't know if it's
That is the only way.
a fear of offending people, or if it's, if just the postmodern rot has just gotten deeper. But like, there seems to be less of a tendency for people wanting to make a stand on something or something like, or things like this. Like or actually, this is a really big one. Is like if I'm gonna try and have a conversation with somebody, let's say it's about ethics or something like this, and I try to find some common ground. It's going to be very hard to get even the most basic premises down because people are waiting to try and find the trick. It's like, I want to, I'm not going to agree to anything because I know they're just going to turn it around and it's going to, they're going to beat me in the argument. And it's like, the purpose is not to win the argument. The purpose is to try and get to some common ground from which we can build and find out a little bit about the world. And again, so when it comes down to things like, stream, this statement, streams aren't better than one or the other. I'll try and push against the grain and say, I don't actually believe that. I think there are definitely qualities that makes some streams better than others. And it has nothing to do with their popularity, and it has nothing to do with their, there may be a correlation, but, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with whether or not this is a subjective thing, but that there are certain traits to a given work. I don't know if you can call streaming art, but that, either a given expression, a given form of creativity, whatever you would like to call it, there are some traits that will make some better than others. And again, it's tough. It's something that I think people need to present. I just think for me, it's not necessary to know what these conditions or what these features are. But again, it's a little bit different. So I could say, I get great pleasure, and I think it is one of the higher pleasures to read John Stuart Mill. But if there's an episode of The Simpsons on, am I going to put down John Stuart Mill and watch The Simpsons? Probably. And in that case, that's a question of subjectivity. Hopefully that clarifies things. What level am I, Cap Howdy? Good question. Of course, T. Well, so for what it's worth, T-Bro, and I think Cap Howdy knows this already. I'm actually half Australian. I just don't have the accent, or rather, I have adopted the accent of these foreigners. What else are we gonna say? What's a oh, hey, Hesperus. Guys, if you got a chance to see us play Beholder last night, level 122, by the way, Cap Howdy. System Shock heading out for the night. You sent me a message via Twitch, something earlier. You want to be respect. Oh, okay, sounds good, Captain Bear. Not a problem at all. I'll probably take a while to get to it because I'm really tempted to try and find this castle. I can't just kind of like hold back and not deliver the goods. But I'll definitely get back to you when I can. And thanks a lot for stopping by tonight. But yeah, so guys, for those of you who got to watch us play Beholder last night, Hesperus was the one who donated that to us, so you can all give him a big thank you for playing that really interesting game. And it's actually the first time I've been able to speak frankly to a not really a troll. So this is another thing that while I'm busy just spouting opinions, here's another thing. I think the use of troll to describe person who says, or person who says disagreeable thing online is a little, I don't know, I'm not fond of it. So we had this guy who came in here and apparently he gave some spoiler. I didn't see what he wrote because I trust Jess to do her job. And he didn't take the purge well. And I mean, for those of you who are from Jess's chat, you know that I hand out purges like they're expiring. Like I have no qualms. Is that the castle I need to go to? Let's take a look. Assuming I can get there. But then, like, he says something to the effect of, like, oh, I'm not gonna hang out somewhere where there's dick mods. And, at that point it's like, okay, well, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Like, all that you've contributed is something that the person who has been here a long time and I trust to manage my stream well deemed worthy of purging. And the only other thing that you've said here is how my mod is bad. Forgive me if I don't think you're a major contributing member of this community. So, I think in a casual conversation, there's a tendency that we might call something like this a troll. But I don't think he's trolling at all. I think he's just an entitled dick. But it's kind of, I think troll has now sort of come to mean this catch-all term for, wow, it has been a long time since I've been here. It's kind of come to mean this catch-all term of like people who disagree with me or people who said something nasty online. And I'm not entirely sure we're well served by that. So a Mecha purge would be what? Oh, yeah, they've already got it. So like, when it says a ban from chat, it kind of makes it sound like this is a really bad thing that happened to you. But basically, what it boils down to is there's something in that message that they either don't want the rest of the chat to see or the streamer to see. I'm fucked. Get out of there. But even though it's like one of the least meaningful things that can happen to you on Twitch, people tend to take them very personally, so. Oh, absolutely. to petty. I mean, again, like, do I think this is a massive epidemic that needs to be corrected immediately? Do we need to have re-education camps set up to make sure that everybody knows what, you know, what a troll is and isn't? No, I mean, presumably we will be able to get through our lives with people using the terms imprecisely, but I just think, especially if, so I guess the big thing here is that insofar as people feel that trolling is a problem, we should presumably want an accurate definition for it. Because if we don't, then it just becomes, you know, how do you solve people disagreeing with you on the internet? Well, turn off your computer, put it in the box, and return it, is basically the only solution to that problem. But this, let's say, active effort to bring about harm. I mean, so there's a really good journalist right now who is daily receiving strobe, like basically these images with like strobe lights and particular geometry. He's epileptic. Like this is a very specific attempt to create a seizure for him. I don't see why anybody would want to do this, and yet this is something that he has to deal with. That is definitely something that needs to be fixed on the internet. The fact that people can do it seemingly with impunity is a big problem. And they're doing it very specifically because of the type of journalism that he's doing, which is actually very important nowadays. But, you know, I don't think it's a problem that people disagree with Kurt Eichenwald. I disagree with Kurt Eichenwald on some stuff. So I just think for the purposes of, you know, if, you know, one of these things we actually should be taking action on, the other we shouldn't have to worry about. And again, it's, I think deep down we all kind of have an idea of what trolling is. But I don't know, insofar as I like precision, I think it's worth. And yes, I agree, Jesse Quill, although again, I think probably, maybe you wrote that before the example, like I think there's a specific case that you could make in the case of trolling, which is something that we might actually want to consider regulating or legislating against, or otherwise taking some active action against. Whereas, you know, people being disagreeable has been a fact of life and will continue to be. And so, in that sense, I actually think that there may be some value in preserving the distinction. Especially because, like, it's very clearly that we live in a day and age where people do actually want to take advantage of the difference, right? Or sorry, the muddled lines on the difference. Like, it's, you know, how many times... Actually, so, again, I was talking about a kind of a... I guess you'd call him a public figure. And this book deal and people talking about, you know, boycotting the publisher and things like this. Like, boycott the book, sure, don't buy it. It's probably going to be trash. But the fact that this person got, you know, a large sum of money to write a book... you know, I'm not entirely sure deplatforming or, you know, trying to exact some kind of financial penalty for having an opinion that's different is consistent with, you know, with the liberal ideas that these people are trying to claim that they're on the side of. But of course, I also say this is, you know, a member of the white capitalist patriarchy. I kind of hold all the cards so far as the privilege Olympics are concerned, so... We say it's worse than a troll IMO, but my argument here would be is that we've lost the meaning of what trolling actually is. So what Eichenwald is facing is what I, in ye old days... Well, I mean, okay, so... I mean, depending on where you hang out on the internet, trolling could just be, I'm deliberately... so trolling is art. I mean, once upon a time, that's how I would have liked to have referred to it. But it's obviously... If I have a conversation with somebody and I'm talking about internet trolling and how it's a problem, or they're talking about internet trolling and that's a problem, if my reaction is, oh, you mean practical jokes on the internet? Either they're going to assume that I think sending an epileptic seizure-inducing images is just a practical joke, which I don't, or I'm going to try and dilute what they've said on it. So, I mean, actually, I guess this comes to Jessequil's point, is that, trolling is certainly... I mean, honestly, where I think it's come from is that clearly there's a fair amount of trolling that would happen on a board like 4chan or something like that. And once upon a time, it might have had sort of this kind of light-hearted meaning. But of course, it's the same boards where some of these more negative elements have kind of taken hold. And so, as a consequence, I don't think this is the right castle, by the way. As a consequence, you, I think the division, the ambiguity, actually runs both ways. So there are people who, maybe once upon a time would have considered this, how do I best put it? That it was some kind of, lighthearted practical joking, and what it's now turned into is something much more sinister, and ultimately requires a new language to describe. I mean, the nice thing is that at least so far as I use it, I like to think I can out-troll the trolls. Yeah, I would love... Actually, I guess the best way that... And maybe we can find some common ground here. Like, I would love it if we got back to a point that we could say that trolling was OU scamp. Alright, I think I got my ass kicked the last time I was here. I troll so well you don't get trolls in your chat anymore when I'm in there. Wait, pretending to don't know what a potato... That's... Did you actually have somebody pretending not to be a potato? Or sorry, be a potato. Not know what a potato is? Okay, lesson learned. Alright, let's see if I can perform better. I agree completely with that, Jess. Drink up. Oh, fuck. Oh, a double hit. Okay, double attack won't actually take that thing out. Dad asked. I call people who do puns, jokes, nonsense comedians. So I ceased to be a mod for Jesse Quill, and instead I'm a resident comedian. I feel like rather than dangerous concept to pursue currently, though, regulating one kind of person's actions will just pave the way for regulating more and more actions on idea. You agreed that it's an incredibly terrible thing for somebody to do, and you wish they were a less risky way to deal with it, but you don't think it's a good idea to start allowing those kinds of regulations on the internet, which is currently our best means of communicating ideas freely. Well, I mean, leaving aside the echo chamber side of things, like, throughout pretty much in any civilized society, we are going to allow some restriction on our, you know, I suppose to just use really hackneyed phrases, on our liberties, right? So you're not going to find a friend of the censor here. But presumably somewhere between the realm of, like, so it's very hard to say, and I'll use the Eichenwald example as a just as a case study. So it's very hard to say that an image specifically designed to create a seizure in someone is free speech, right? I mean, and there's a few things, you know, similarly, I'm not entirely sure, you know, a computer virus counts as personal expression. Now, I suppose in my own case, like, I don't quite follow with all of the usual kinds of outlines. So I think there's, God, I can never remember this justice's name, even though he's a really famous, Oliver Wendell Holmes, I think it was. You know, you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. It's tough, and I mean, it's definitely a very difficult one to work with, because how one kind of quantifies harm is really where it goes from being a very reasonable set of restrictions to the sort of thing that we find kind of sinister. So, at the risk, I mean, I'm trying not to mention the names of the professional trolls who do this sort of thing, but I think it probably, most people here know that there were two very well-known figures, very controversial figures, who went to the UN and basically said that harassment also constituted hearing "you suck" on the internet. Now, clearly, this is a very broad definition of harm. And ironically, when you look at the Twitter feeds of these individuals, it is not the nightmare that is so commonly assumed. Like, you'll see a lot of disagreement, you'll see the occasional nasty comment, but compared to what you hear in terms of, I have this daily drum of, you know, you suck, you're terrible, I'm gonna kill you, the reality is actually very tame. Now, I mean, it'd be nice if, you know, nobody had to hear nasty things at all, and I think anybody who gets shouted down for expressing a view, however ignorant, well, I mean, shouted down is, I mean, if you say something dumb, there's probably should be an immediate consequence, but not, like, clearly the threats that anybody's received on this stuff is insane. But I think the biggest thing is that it's very easy to lose our heads and get... The slippery slope kind of works both ways, which is that it's very important to consider the secondary consequences of an action, right? You know, perfect example would be any econ class that you go to. You say open markets, free markets, you know, will result in the best outcomes. But this is if you don't consider things like externalities and so on and so forth. These are usually situations that don't exist outside of a textbook. And so if you go from that and you don't consider the consequences of, say, the presence of an externality or natural monopoly or any of these things that you have here, then you potentially bring about a condition that's even worse than the original thing that you were trying to deal with. So again, I'm very conscious of the division between not wanting to restrict, freedom of expression, communication on the internet. But on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure the entire, free markets or the sort of the libertarian approach is necessarily the best way to handle this either. I mean, presumably when it comes to something like sending an image intended to bring about a very specific medical outcome, this is somewhere where we can say this falls outside the accepted bounds of, of free expression or civil discourse. The fact that it's not... I mean, we've gotten used to the fact that we say it's okay if you can't draw a gun on somebody. But, legislation tends to move slow, and so whether or not there's something that needs to be addressed with the fact that you can't... I mean, we live in a cyberpunk world now, right? There's software you can create that actually can physically harm someone. It's black ice, if you think about it. But I also know I'm not going to be the one who can do that. Anyways, we've got Kilgore Trout. What an outstanding caster. I'm sorry, I gotta be careful on the chat stuff, but I do want to shout out Kilgore here, because I get a chance to host him, but he usually casts later than me, and so it's one of the first times I've had it. I'm very flattered, because he's actually a favorite caster of mine. Who we've got here? Crazy Raz 91. Welcome, thank you. So guys, if you don't know Kilgore Trout, there's actually two things that I need to kind of bring your attention to. So Kilgore Trout is a great streamer. We were talking a little bit about how Cap Howdy does some classic games, and you kind of get a bit of a sense of the love and the meaning that these things had for him. Kilgore Trout is a guy who lives this every day that he streams. It's outstanding to watch him play this stuff. And what's really great, I mean, this is stuff that he'll say, like, this is stuff that he loved playing when it first came out, and he now gets to cast online, and so it probably doesn't come as a surprise that he is one of the people who is affiliated with the GOG. Well, I mean, one, he's got his affiliate link for GOG, but he is also a member of the GOG.com stream team, and that is an outstanding group of people who basically they work with GOG.com, which, if you're not familiar, I'm going to try and sell you on. And they stream not always classic games. In fact, GOG is not just a classic gaming site, although I know it still sort of has the I am in a lot of trouble. Alright. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that he can't fit through this door. Then I can properly shout out Kilgore. Blade Runner! I'd love to watch that. Have I been on GOG before? I've been hosted by GOG, but I'm not a member of the stream team, so I haven't been on the actual cast. Anyway, so Kilgore Trout, if you want to see some of the... Oh, hang on. Hesperus! I just saw your gift. Yes, I will do this on stream. This is actually a game that I really liked playing when I was growing up. Maybe I should keep it a secret. Thank you so much, Hesperus. I'm sorry I didn't see that before. Anyway, sorry, I'm all over the map. I'm a bit tired, guys, so I'll catch up. Anyways, so let me try and tell you about Kilgore again. So he's affiliated with the GOG team. He also does a stream on his own. So actually the two things that you want to follow are Kilgore Trout, his name. So we've got here, but also what you want to do is watch him on the GOG.com site. Sorry, Jess. So he, in terms of GOG, where it sort of got its first, I guess its first reputation, and probably its best known reputation, would be through its excellent classic game collection. So GOG has actually become my primary library. And there's a few reasons for that. I like their more consumer-friendly policies, and it's owned by CD Projekt, so it's also tied with gaming and such. And I've become a little dissatisfied with Steam, though not so much that I. How did I suddenly get 46 viewers? That's known as the Kilgore Trout effect. So sorry, I gotta hold off on a little gameplay just so I can try and sell you guys on GOGCOM and Kilgore. But one of the things that I'll say about the major differences between the two is that you will get a classic game on Steam, and it's just sort of like it's held together with like chicken wire and gum, whereas GOG has put a lot of effort into sort of making sure the thing runs properly. You know, one of the best examples I have actually isn't even my own. It was when Jessie Quill was doing her Star Wars. She basically played every Star Wars game ever made. And the ones that she got through Steam always took some time to get started, or there'd be a problem with it, or there'd be a crash or something like that. I have never had a problem with a GOG game that I've gotten. And this goes from Gabriel Knight, Capitalism Plus, Final Liberation, the Warhammer 40k game. So if you love classic games, if you want to play that stuff that, you know, you first got into gaming, and for me it's Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. I could play that forever. It's one of my favorite games. You know, GOG is just the strictly dominant choice here. You'll get them. I don't see any major price differences between GOG and Steam. But the quality of game that you're getting is absolutely the same, and I can say this not just, you know, as somebody who has the affiliate link, but more importantly, like I have seen with my own eyes with a caster who I watch and respect very much. I have seen the difference between the effort that GOG puts into their classics and some of the stuff that winds up on Steam. Now, on top of that, GOG is not just a classic games dumping ground, if you will. There's a lot of new stuff. So we've been playing Tyranny quite a bit. That's available on there. Obviously, The Witcher. It's a place where newer developers will also place their games. We're actually trying to convince well, not we, but I've seen Pyre and Jade trying to convince the Freehold Games people to put Caves of Cud on GOG, and she has my full support. But this is basically a place where you can get it. The biggest differences that you'll see between it and Steam are ones that are very easily overlooked, but kind of the main reasons why I'm excited by the platform. First of all, it's DRM free. So if you don't want to download their client to sort of manage everything, if you just want to download the game and keep it on your hard drive, you can. And I can't stress enough how big that is. And you can remember when Spore first came out, everybody was nuts about the DRM that they had attached to that. They're partnered with EA. You can get Spore now, and it will be DRM free. Other games that we played, Chaos Reborn, things like that, those are all on here. The fair price package was another big one for me because, of course, when I started using GOG, there wasn't alternative currencies available on some of the other places I was buying. And I mean, even Humble Bundle still only does American dollars. So in this case, it's not just that they pay for the differences in foreign exchange. So if you're being charged like $20 for a game in the US, and then you're being charged 20 euros, this is very clearly a difference in price, which is not necessarily in the favor of the consumer. So they actually pay out of their own pocket for the difference between the two. And then finally, to the point of the classic games, is that they do have their money back guarantee if you can't get the thing working. They try and help you through it. I haven't had to do that myself, but I actually took a look through the process because when I got the affiliate link, I wanted to make sure that I had everything remembered correctly. But basically, they'll make sure that you get a product that you can use on your computer. They will help you get it running if there's problems, and if it isn't running, they'll give you your money back. So it's a very consumer-friendly company. I think they're doing all the right things, and the library is just something to drool over. It's all of this great stuff that I love playing and stuff I'm gonna love showing you on here. Is great. And incidentally, if you guys don't have your GOG accounts, you will be getting a GOG account when the Gwent Witcher card game comes out. So you might as well get one now. Anyways, now that I'm done selling it for you. The reason why I mention all of this stuff is that this is kind of the environment in which Kilgore Trout operates in. Not only does he have his love of classic gaming, but he's a member of GOG's Stream Team. Now, the subscriptions for the GOG Stream Team go to charity, which I think is an incredibly generous thing on the part of GOG and its entire team of streamers. But if you follow... Kilgore is a great streamer to watch, and I mean, he is a reason to follow the GOG channel anyway. But what you get to see in that stream team is a very diverse group of people, all who have kind of their little niche in terms of what they play. And let's say, you know, if you're a younger gamer and you've never heard of these classic titles before, this is a wonderful way to get just the highlight reel of all the stuff that you have to play. If you are somebody who has played some of these classic games, you know, if you can remember what DOS is maybe, or if you know, maybe you have parents who game and they want to share some of your favorite stuff or something like that. That's another reason to check out GOG. But finally, it's just, I think it's one of the best, I think to me, it's actually one of the better decisions that a storefront has done, which is you actually get a chance to see the wares. You get to see the people who play these games. You get to see why they love them, and you get to make an informed decision. You know, a trailer doesn't really tell you that much these days, and most of the classic games don't have trailers. So when you get to see such a great... Actually, a lot of members of the GOG team are really valued members of this community. I'm thinking particularly of Pyre and Jade. Outstarwalkers stopped by a couple of times, I think. They're all really wonderful casters in their own right, and really worth following on their own. But if you go to the GOG channel, you kind of get to see everybody sort of show these games at their best. You get to see why people still play these games till today. And they're doing so not only in support of charity, but they're also doing it in line with what to me has become sort of my first choice of online storefronts. So that's a little bit about Kilgore Trout. I kind of find him inseparable from GOG because he really is somebody who I think kind of lives a love of classic gaming. And if you want to experience some of that passion that you have for those old games, in my opinion, there's only one place to go for it. So, anyways, there's a sales pitch for, I guess, two different channels and one storefront. Well, let me just take a quick second. I'll catch up with chat, and then I'll actually give you some gameplay. So, sorry about that, guys. Who do we have here? So, Kilgore was playing Blade Runner, which I haven't seen, but I really want to. Watch him play that, or maybe I'll just buy it and get it to see. Sounds slightly more educated than most of the streamers who watch. No breaking controllers here then. Oh, I'll probably rage quit and break, but I'll do so in an erudite way. I would never want to belong. You Christensen, thank you very much for that follow. Sorry I'm not giving you some gameplay. I promise I'll follow up. Hearing that I'm dissatisfied with Steam comes as a complete surprise. Yeah, I might be a little opinionated on these. Interstate 76. Oh, I don't think I watched you play that, Kilgore. Dragon's Age Origins was a good example too. Steam version is iffy at times, with the GOG version or Origin runs very smoothly. Oh yes, of course. Actually, the only problem that I've run into sometimes is that I've got some of the old EA stuff through their through Origin, but not always. Lore Master Noja. I mean, Alpha Centauri is one that I can still keep playing. I actually liked Beyond Earth, to be honest. But there's something really great about Alpha Centauri. It will still, like, that is a game that will never leave my hard drive. And if you want to get that in the I never got a chance to play the expansion until I got it on GOG, so I was really excited for that as well. And Straight Edge, I saw you somewhere in here before. I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier. I hope you're still around, but if not, Blog and Tea, please give my best. What else do we have here? Oh, there often is a so Dementia, I'm sorry to say that. I haven't run into that myself, so it might be... I know for the sales there's a difference. But in terms of the individual games that I've run into, I've found them to be pretty consistent. But obviously I would... I'm certainly not going to advocate people spend more than what they should for a given game. Oh, GOG tends to be cheaper. Fair enough. Well, that's another reason to go to GOG. But I know there's also like Razer Cortex that will keep track of things. But I suppose it's nice if I say, like, my least favorite platform is Steam. So if if the direction of lower prices goes towards GOG, I'm maybe not going to take the time to look at Steam to find the more expensive price. Ah, there's Straight Edge's comments. Crazy Raz, on GOG some of the games, they're much cheaper because the fair price $10 is not 10 euros to the... Yeah, I mean, in my case as Canadian, the dollar was at parity for a while, so I didn't really take advantage of that as frequently, but I think probably it'll be between 60 to 70 cents for Canadian for $1 US, so I have a feeling that probably in the future I'm gonna be benefiting quite a bit more from the fair price package. Yeah, and Lore Master, I mean, the big thing too is that the nice thing for me is that GOG need not be the new Steam. I hope it is, but the big thing for me is that GOG is great on its own, and it has a library that I think any storefront should be envious of. So even if nobody else were to go to GOG, like I just don't see the reason for me to consider other options unless there's a very clear price advantage. And I think just over time, I mean, people are going to find the tricks. Like eventually, they're going to realize that, you know, Valve is not necessarily your friend, that they're in it for the money as much as anybody else. And, you know, people will just flock to the platforms that treat them with respect. It may not be a fast transition, but I mean, especially, GOG is doing everything right in my view. I mean, how many storefronts can claim that they have a dedicated stream team, and a stream team that is brought together not because they're like the A-list of Twitch, but because they love games, and that every single time they play a game, you understand why it's in their library. Right. Nobody has Blade Runner, though. Oh, that's interesting, Kilgore. Okay, so I didn't get a chance to... So I was gonna say, like, if I would be... I'd be kind of embarrassed if there was Blade Runner on GOG and I didn't get it. That makes me feel better now. Oh, it's worth mentioning that link that Jesse Quill gave there, so getting a GOG account through that does give me a slight incentive, so good to disclose these things, but... rates of Blade Runner probably stuck to limbo somewhere, yeah, and probably not going to change with the new one coming out. Sales on GOG are great. Season 1's are great. Steam gives you their cards. GOG gives you free games for collected sale XP. Yep, actually Dragonfall, one of my favorite CRPGs, came out of, was free on the last GOG sale. That's a really good point, Dementia. GOG Stream Tame has a regular Dark Souls streamer speedrunner also. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't think Dark Souls was available on GOG.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
Let me just, if I'm Mr. Breen, you just can't take me seriously. I am not Rowan Atkinson. God, guys, you're very quick, you're very quick on your messages, so I'm going to try and take down this troll. The only problem is I'm not going to be very good at replying when I go on this fight, just because I'm bad at this game. Let's see if we can make the magic happen. Ah, see? This is why I prefer talking with all of you. I gotta get some stamina up before. I think that uppercut can actually one-shot me. I think I gotta heal up. Oh, I'm done for. Alright. Straight Edge, this kiss on the cheek might have been a little bit of a special interpretation of the greeting, but it's nice to have you here. I'm sorry it took me a while to get through. All right, let me just see if I can run through this stuff pretty quickly. Game producing coma. Sorry, I didn't see all of this. Another good point. Actually, you guys are doing a better job of selling GOG than I am. I'm convinced. Um... Alright, let me get my souls back and then we'll... I don't even know if this is the right way to where I'm supposed to go. But let's see if I can maybe just outrun this guy. Nope, no I cannot. Absolutely, Kilgore. Well, see, the nice thing is, like, if I'm doing strategy, I've got that enough so I mean, number one, it lends itself automatically to... Oh, hang on. Produce the symbol of the what? So I've got these souls, but how am I supposed to... 1, 2, 3... Wait a minute. So Soul of the Lost Sinner, Old Iron King, Soul of the Rotten. Didn't I have... I thought I had another big soul. Maybe the Last Giant isn't one of the bosses I was thinking? Wait a minute, there's Duke's Dearest Freya was the other one. You can tell that you're going up against one of the bigger bosses with the, when they have like that red... Okay, Soul of the Rotten, Old Iron King, Lost Sinner, and Duke's Dearest Freya isn't here. Does this mean that I can't open this door then? Hexplonk's watching the stream, suddenly he's hosting someone who's also hosting System Shock. That's fine, it'll goose my my viewer numbers. Alright. I'm a little bit stumped, to be honest. I might actually just change it up and play something a little different. I feel like if we've done Blog and T, I'm more of a friend with detriments, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Okay. So I thought I was supposed to be heading to that, that door. Maybe the milady will tell me. I don't know, would anybody feel particularly put out if I stopped playing Dark Souls 2 tonight? Because we've been doing it for about 5.5 hours.
Larger will seek lest this land.
If you find an Estus shard, so that over the hill where a man peered straight into whatever came of it. Those who come to Drang, it happens to them all. That blue knight at the base of the tower. His spirit, although he does offer sound advice. Perhaps he is a foreshadowing of your own future.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do, actually? I am going to call... Sorry, guys, to end so abruptly on Dark Souls, but I think I've actually long past the point of diminishing returns on this. We did beat We actually beat a boss, which I wasn't thinking of, but I was thinking of one thing I needed to do in this game, and I was very clearly wrong. And I think probably now's not a bad time to break in this playthrough and move on. But there's actually a game that is available on GOG. Now, unfortunately, I was given a key from the developer, which was a Steam key, so not to misrepresent where this is coming from. But this is a really fun and a really well-done strategy game that I think you guys will enjoy called Off-World Trading Company. And I knew I started doing the tutorials for the game, and I never really played it again. So let's go back to this, because I play this game quite a bit on my own time now. So for those of you who are interested, I believe this one is by the designer of Civilization 4, if memory serves.
Earth may be dying. Some are looking off-world for a fresh start. The competition for land and resources out here is brutal. In this winner-take-all environment, people are doing anything to succeed. You need to stake your claim, earn your place, and do your best to save humankind's future.
So I didn't get the Patron and the Patriot yet. I kind of wanted to fill the rest of it. Just a quick word to the people who are talking about the one game platform. Obviously, I mean, people need to work with the platform that works best for them. But one thing that I think GOG has done, which has actually helped a lot with the, that's helped quite a bit with the sort of the, I haven't, you know, I don't want to lose my Steam library argument or something like that. They do GOG Connect now. So some developers, I think they've done a partnership with GOG where they say if you have it on Steam, you can bring it over. So my GOG library has actually started to inflate a little bit, just by virtue of the fact that some developers have sort of allowed people to, I think it's coming from the developer side. Anyways, that they're able to go through. It's also worth mentioning that if you have an old CD key, I believe you can actually put that in on GOG, and they actually give you the game. And I believe that's another thing that's actually coming out of their own pocket. Now, I mean, I don't have any, so I couldn't take advantage of it. But I think the thing is that most people don't realize, one, that their platforms are not as fragmented as they seem to be. But two, they also... I think most people's experience has usually been that they're actually okay with different platforms, with the fragmentation. I mean, once upon a time we used to keep the CDs in the drawer and you have to take them out. But I do think some people maybe just need to know the value proposition. Is why I actually take the time to mention stuff like the fair price guarantee and things like that. Because if you just see it as like it's somebody who wants to be Steam, then yeah, there's no point in using it. If I tell you that all of your favorite games are on there and oh, by the way, they're DRM free, that's actually a really great reason to go on the platform. So only for a very small selection of games. Okay. You think the stream is being haunted by a demon? Alright, so I'm maybe not going to go so far as to do all of these tutorials again, but how about we do the practice games and then we can move on to the single player campaign, because the single player campaign I actually am really bad at. So, we need your assistance. Your efforts have gotten you on the payroll of Reclamation Industries. Everyone around here pulls more than their fair share, and expectations of you are quite high. Time to dig deep and show you've got what it takes. Found Reclamation Scavenger HQ and buy out your opponents. Pro tips: Reclamation Scavenger HQ avoids using steel for construction, using carbon instead. The reputation for working with reformed criminals provides certain advantages as well. You'll receive more frequent offers from the black market, as well as learning about events that impact the prices on Mars before others do. What is wrong with my screen? I don't see anything on OBS, guys, but... All right, have a good one, Kilgore. Thank you so much for the host. It means a lot. Sorry I spent so much of it talking. But it's great to have you here, and I also appreciate, I am seeing the viewer numbers here, guys. A lot of you stayed from Kilgore's stream, which means a lot to me, because I know it's it's one thing for somebody to host, but whether or not anybody stays after that host is another big deal. How's my bot with links? It's totally fine with links, although I expect everybody to exercise good judgment in terms of links. I have a good mod who knows how to handle bad links. All right, so what is this game? What is it about? It's I think maybe it's probably better if I just explain things as I go along. So at the beginning of the game, you have sort of this exploration period. And like most sort of strategy games, especially ones with a commercial element, you want to sort of manage the resources that you have available to you. So for instance, I know that my group is going to need carbon and they're going to need water. Every group has sort of their own priorities. In this case, it shows here that the construction resources are aluminum, carbon, and glass. So this is not a bad little spot for me to look for, because these are some, carbon, water, which you need for humans, and, well, this should be aluminum, but apparently it's rocky. This gives me some good indicators that these might be some resources that I need. Glass is a little bit harder because I need silicon, but the silicon's down here as well. So in the end, like on the left-hand side of the map, it's a pretty good call. So what I'll do is I'll take advantage of some exploration. There are bonuses for founding a colony before others.
Low levels of aluminum found.
Oh, this is actually not bad.
Low levels of silicon found.
So there's the silicon.
Low levels of water found.
It's beneficial for you to actually take the time to figure out what the lay of the land is. Even if you don't get the bonus for early colonization, it's you get quite a bit in terms of cities.
Aluminum found.
All right, I think it's fairly obvious. I need to colonize here. The real question is, do I want to be here or there? Hopefully a place that's nice and open so I can build things beside each other. This is central enough.
An expansive HQ has been founded.
All right, so this game does take place in real time, but you can pause it to sort of make some decisions. So everybody's got a share price. So right now my shares are 1601. The only person who has currently founded one is Paolo Rubini. He's worth 1206. Paolo is here. And basically what this game is about, the idea is that you're on Mars and you are able to sort of claim some territory and sort of build and supply the colony, which is New Chicago. And you are not the only industry doing this. You are one of several who are basically just trying to make a living on Mars and sort of profit off of the needs of the colony. Now, all of the resource in this game exists sort of in a stock market, or not exactly. I mean, it's not a stock market. It's a commodities market, and so depending on what your individual needs are, what you would like ideally is to either produce your own resources or to buy them cheaply. And what you would like is to have the things that you're producing to sell for high prices, and best of all, if you are selling things that your opponents need, to sell those at particularly high prices. So, yes, you can pause. I mean, obviously in a multiplayer game, I'm going to assume people would get mad at me if I played it like the way I do Crusader Kings, but it's kind of nice for explaining what's going on. It's worth mentioning, by the way, guys, I don't know this game particularly well, so I'll probably wind up making a lot of mistakes. But basically what we'll take a look at here is we've got what we're going to try and do is upgrade our scavenger HQ, because that's going to give us access to more tiles. The idea here is that you don't just get all of the territory on Mars to work with. You get to build on a given number of tiles. I think you get 5 each time you upgrade your HQ. This sort of represents the colony's confidence with you, giving you more access to resources. So what are we trying to do right now? Well, we could upgrade at the moment for money, or we could get our aluminum and carbon and sort of build on our own, which is how we're going to do this. So first thing I'm going to do is collect carbon, which I get through an elemental quarry. I'm specifically going to choose this one because you get adjacency bonuses for given carbon. Actually, this might be a useful one as well. So I can get 1, 2, 3 adjacency bonus. Yeah, this is still better. I pay a little bit more in fuel, but I think it's worth it. So you can do a little bit of micromanagement, Crazy Raz, but again, it's worth mentioning if you are playing online, people I believe, would expect this to be a real-time game. I have no problem just pausing out, so. All right. Should probably do aluminum production. Now, there's one group which is a little bit different in the game. But generally, you get higher yields if you take ones with the higher stacks. So I suppose the question is whether I want to buy this one or this one. I mean, I'm not really going to specialize. Robert Binny Bose, thank you very much for that follow as well. I'm going to go for this one just because it's... I mean, I don't know if I'm actually going to wind up building 3, but this gives me the option. My highest stack is 3, and then the other 2 beside it have stacks of 2. So again, adjacency bonuses and higher yields. Actually, you can see this too. So notice that I've got plus 2.2 for using this aluminum. If I go to the 1, it's plus 1.1. So as you can see, there's a pretty substantial difference depending on where you go. What else do I want to build? I'm actually kind of tempted to go for an early geothermal plant. This gives me a lot of power. That may not be... I still kind of need to think about if that's a smart decision overall in the game. And I have enough glass that I can get away with building the scavenger HQ, so I should either... I think maybe what I'll do is I'll double down on my... No, actually, I should probably... I gotta do something about the water. I don't like that I'm doing such a long trip for it, but this is actually... I need water, and this is actually pretty good. Batch. So I'm going to wind up paying through the nose for fuel, unfortunately, but gives me something to work with. And I think I'll just go for a second carbon. It takes place on Mars. I think they've extended it to Mars's moons as well. But the basic idea of this game is that Mars has been colonized and that basically these are rival businesses trying to...
HQ has been founded.
All right, so all these other founding messages are for the various players. So scientific would be... These are the guys who actually get to ignore the yields. Best way I can say, so scientists, hyper-capitalists, and completely automated sort of robot factories are the people who I'm going off. Yeah, sorry guys. It's a little hard to jump between it's pretty hard to jump between chat and the game. Jess, you're doing the best that you can. I think the best thing is if people are ignoring your advice as a reminder, and I trust your judgment in terms of whether or not things are getting harmed. To be honest, the majority of it I'm just not I'm not really able to pay attention to. So, all right, so we've got some new tiles. Looks like it's actually just 4 tiles that we get for building up. So we either want to consider how we're going to be earning some money or how we're going to keep our costs down. So I think one great way to start off here would be to start with a farm. That'll keep my food costs down, and then I also need to consider fuel. That's probably going to be coming from...
A scientific HQ has been upgraded.
Just got to think about this for a second. If you ever... So when you start off in a game like this, it can become difficult. It can kind of get difficult to figure out where you're going, especially for me, because it's been a long time since I played... since I played like one of these kinds of missions, I kind of need to remember how... I don't normally play this group. I kind of need to remember what builds what. So the layout of the game is actually very intelligently done. If you want to know how to get a resource, just take a look at the thing beside it. So carbon and silicon, notice, use the same sort of device, the elemental quarry. So what I've got right here are some negative balances of food, oxygen, and fuel. These are going to be my major sort of cost centers. Food is quite expensive, and I'm almost at 1 full unit of fuel that's missing. So how do I wind up getting some fuel? Well, I build an electrolysis reactor, which consumes power, water, and oxygen. I have a surplus of power right now, so I'm doing pretty well for that. Water, I'm going to need to work a little bit on. I mean, I've got it right now, but I'll probably wind up missing more of it. So let's go for at least one electrolysis reactor. And actually, food is costly enough. I think I'm going to build a second one of that, and water's really not enough on its own. So let's see how this goes. One thing you can also do is take a look at your rivals. I think it gives you an indication in terms of what they're... Yes, so they're using up a lot of food. What about the others? Not sure. I mean, if you play this game enough, I think you probably get an idea in terms of who's consuming what. But I think putting some effort into some food specialization is not a bad idea, because I'll be able to sort of charge my opponents for it. And sure enough, we do need some more water, so we take advantage of the adjacency bonus to build another water pump. And I think for our next upgrade, we will we'll wind up building another electrolysis reactor. I need to decide whether I want to make my own glass. For glass, I need a glass kiln. That's going to claim power, oxygen, and silicon. Right now, we're not mining any silicon. I mean, some good yields here. It doesn't mean a really far trip, but then I kind of have enough water to make sure that I'm able to keep in fuel. All right, this is a neat little mechanic here for bidding. So right now we're spending a lot of money. Actually, I'm spending probably too much. 9? I'll go up to 10. I mostly just want to deny them the... I might mostly make them want to pay up, but I'm probably going to wind up paying for 10. Nope, okay, that's good.
Sold.
All right. So I can buy up all the glass. Two, yeah, I think it's worth it. Alright, so I still need fuel, so we'll definitely do another reactor. Again, we're sort of specializing, so it's a bonus there. Notice in single player the game pauses for you to build your next item, and I guess the big question here, what's it going to cost me in terms of fuel to get this silicon? Alright, so I get 2.2 for negative 5.8 on fuel. These things produce 0.55 fuel. So basically I am dedicating another... Okay, so here's one way you can sort of think about this problem. I've got 1.1. Let's ignore the adjacency bonuses. So I'm going to spend, if I were to build 2 of these things, it would be 2.2, and I would be spending negative 0.12 in terms of fuel. If I build 1 here, I'm spending negative 0.58 for the same amount. So in this case, I'm spending too much in terms of fuel to, to gain this. Like, well, you could build another electrolysis reactor for that. Yes, but then I've just wound up using up 2 tiles to accomplish that. So I think what I'll wind up doing here is I'll just build the two elemental quarries. And I guess I kind of have to do the glass kiln at this point, and that uses up all my tiles. Fortunately, we are making some pretty good money, so... Oh, no problem, Robert. I mean, I've been pretty bad at following chat. If you guys need to get my attention or something like that, I don't know. Jess can like yell at me or something like that. How fast are we producing that? All right, so we're kind of surpluses of everything. If I want to get some money, I can actually start selling this stuff. Actually, I think I'll do just that, because that'll give me an early upgrade to the HQ, and I can build another electrolysis reactor. So now, 75% bonus for the fuel. Now, what I should probably be doing is considering how I'm going to wind up profiting off of the colony. So let's just pause it out. So in this case, I've got fairly rapid development going on here, right? I'm at a level 4 HQ. You can get up to level 5. I'm sort of self-sustaining. I've got all of the power that I need. I've got, great surplus of water, which isn't actually earning me that much money. So what I might want to consider is finding some ways that I can convert this water into revenue. At the moment, that would be food. Fuel is also somewhat costly, but I also use a lot of it. So right now, in terms of production, it would be better for me to sort of continue specializing in food, because I'll get a higher yield for that tile. And I'll just have more of it to sell. Actually, I think I'll do that right now. There's also some special buildings that you can build. Let me just take a quick second. So the way I normally wind up playing this is making an off-world market. The only catch is that I don't have electronics, and I have a feeling that that's not going to get any cheaper. If I produce my own, I need power, aluminum, carbon, silicon. I have the power for it. I've got lots of aluminum, lots of carbon. Actually, I've kind of got a surplus of everything, so I might be making a mistake doing this, but let's try it. I have one more bullet to fire, so I think if I wind up doing this, I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to spend my next upgrade sort of making all of these, which are actually going to be my main sources of revenue. The other thing I could try was to get into steel, but that requires iron and a steel mill, so I'm just using up too many tiles to do that. So I think I'll just unpause and let things run by. Yeah, I really do like the... I mean, the visual style of it. This is a game made in Unity.
Has been upgraded.
The music is really nice, and the gameplay's fun. I mean, again, like I'm fairly inelegant at the game, but it's like every time I kind of go to it, it looks like a... Oh wow! Just had a big dip in my water. I wonder why that is. That's probably the electrolysis reactor. Okay, well, I know what I'm doing with that tile now. I probably should have been paying a little more attention to what gets consumed.
A new building is available for auction.
Do I want to hack her away? No, but I want to make him pay for it. Oh, god damn it, are they going to make... No, thank god.
Congratulations.
What game on Unity made you love, did not play too much, was Endless Space. I actually played a lot of Endless Space on this cast once upon a time. Alright, so these guys are buying up shares. Part of this is a preventative measure. So you lose the game if you get bought out. You win the game if you buy out your opponent. So one of the things that people will do is try and protect themselves from buyouts by buying up their shares. What I can actually do right now is I can sort of protect myself. I'm dumping food on the market, which isn't great. I think I'm okay just leaving this... Well, actually, I could make a revenue generator. This is a... Oh yeah, I don't have the claims. So I either spend the money to upgrade my HQ, or I start buying up... no, what I should be doing is I should actually be focusing on building this. Why is the electronics factory not doing things? Oh, it is making things, just very slowly. Alright, so that was a mistake for me to make that, just because I don't really have the cash for it. And we're actually falling behind on power now. So, let's upgrade. Looks like prices are going up, so... It pains me to do this, but I'm actually going to do a geothermal plant just so I can try and get some revenue. Yeah, exactly, Christensen. I mean, like, the one thing I'll like is over time I'll probably get better at Off-World Trading Cup. I mean, this is intended to be a learning scenario anyway, so, you know, it works well. At the moment, I'm just trying to manage cash. I think in the end, the electronics factory was a bad idea, so I should actually... I mean, I might dump it and maybe just try and free up the claim to try and make something else. What I should be doing is just trying to make this off-world market. I'm actually willing to pay up for this. I can certainly afford it just by selling some food, right? So... I think 18 is actually way too much to pay for that, but it's fine. I just sell the overpriced food. Now I bought this building, but do I have to place it? I don't think I have to, but I don't see my new pleasure dome anywhere. No, so this is telling me I have a cost. I'm going to assume that it will manifest itself at some point. Alright, how do I... Oh, hang on. I said I was going to build a glass kiln, but I don't ever think I actually accomplished this. Jesus Christ, I'm a more... Okay, so definitely... glass is more expensive, so let's dump that. What am I looking at for expenses? So 1 silica, I can afford to build 2, and then I'm going to, at the very least, build my overworld market, which will be my main profit generator. Who do I want to buy? I think I'll buy up the inexpensive. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try and be pretty aggressive with Rennie and take them out. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense though, because I built that one myself. So do am I to understand that I paid for my own building? Alright. So basically what I'm trying to do here is raise enough money. I'm going to just keep selling this as long as it's at the 200 level. I want to buy up this amount in Rennie, and then I'm going to be able to take them over. The catch is that if they have enough money to buy this last block, it's actually going to be pretty expensive for me.
Let the bidding begin.
What does carbon scrubbing do? I don't actually want this because I've got a surplus of carbon, but...
Congratulations.
Right. Okay, so glass surplus is coming up, which is very good news for me. I already have enough glass. Yeah, so there's no point in buying this quite yet, actually. I'm just gonna slightly hold off. So that's driving down the price. I mean, if I needed to build something with it, that'd be great, but I'm actually building my own, so unfortunate for me that I have these glass kilns. I could have just got them off the market, but we're now at a point where we can potentially buy these guys out. We need... I thought it normally told 17,000, so let's dump some food, and we've just acquired our competitor. So Rennie's going to continue operating on... That's not a Rennie. Rennie's going to continue operating on their own, but I now get their... I kind of get their operations. So, and we're one step closer. Now, it's going to be a little bit harder for these two because they've actually kind of secured their positions. They actually have the majority of shares, which I don't have for my own business. So I'm going to do that for myself right now. It's going to be very expensive, unfortunately. I've got a lot of silicon I can afford to dump. There we go. So now this is a more protective measure.
A scientific HQ has been upgraded. An expansive HQ has been upgraded.
Alright. My priority should be this off-world market, so I think similar idea. I just really like the number 200 apparently. What I should also consider is to purchase a goon squad on this. Basically, so what I'm going to use this off-world market for, I'm going to use it to sell sort of surplus that I have for particular goods into space. It's good at generating a lot of money, which as a result is going to give me the option to sort of buy up my competitors here. So the last things that I want to do for my remaining tiles are either find ways that I can potentially...
This is not an auction for drugs. No, these are perfectly legal, high-performance diet supplements.
don't particularly want this, so... You've made a wonderful choice, Hugh Christensen. Jesse Quill is an outstanding caster.
So...
I feel I've been a little manic in terms of just generally trying to explain the gist of the game, but basically the aim now is to try and make as much money as I can to buy out the competitors. So we've got a shortage of silicon. This is fantastic news for me because I'm generating a lot of it, and I'm just going to be able to sell a ton to translate this into money. So actually, let's do this now. And so much for my electrolysis reactor. So what happened here was they
Off-world market is assembled. Our fortune awaits.
they used a
The
hostile
black market is open for business.
sort of target on my use here. This off-world market's going to be a huge money driver for me, so I want to protect that. We'll see what gives me the largest return. Right now, it looks like it's oxygen, actually, which I have
Expansive HQ has been upgraded.
a deficiency in, but only because these things are shut down. So I'm going to sell a bunch of those. I think I can actually afford to do 2 of them. So basically, this is going to dump 34,000 into my coffers as soon as I get this. Last thing I'm going to do is say, okay, well, I've got a few things in my... I got a few things sort of in my coffers at the moment. So what am I going to do with these final tiles? Let's see what kind of generates the most money. Chemicals do. Chemicals will be built with power, fuel, carbon. So I definitely have power. I will have some fuel. I'm not entirely sure enough. And I've got an absurd amount of carbon. Alternatively, I can try and translate more of this water into... Yeah, I think actually this makes sense. So we'll do a pair here. Hey, username intensifies.
Off-world shipment launched. Look at all the money.
And as you can see, I've got 89,000 here, so I'm going to go on a bit of a shopping spree. And at this point, I'm just going to continue to try and sell as much stuff as I can. Here's the shortage coming up. As you can see, silicon is becoming quite costly. At this case, I'm just going to pound as much out into the market as I can.
New building is available for auction.
I don't really know if I need a hacker array at this point, but it'll be good for manipulating prices, though. So.
Congratulations.
All right. Well. I'm the proud owner of a new hacker array. Alright, so as you can see here, the price is going up by quite a bit. Oh, it looks like they're doing sales as well, so you can play at that game, my friend. Shortage of power coming up soon. Well, that's good news for me.
What a payout.
Alright. Food. Oh, food actually isn't as... get rid of it. No, no. Alright, well, I'll do more oxygen. Alright, what's the most valuable thing? It's still, food. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough water to generate that, so what's the next highest? Oxygen. Which I think is for electrolysis reactor. Still needs too much water, though, so... I could maybe just build another off-world market. Or, you know, I could just buy out my competitor and play the game the way it's supposed to. I guess I never did use this hacker array. Well, we can do that right now. What do we want to raise the price of? Glass, why not?
Successful off-world shipment. Make room for the profits.
An expansive HQ
I think anything that goes above 200 I'll just wind up selling. So this case here, basically, I need 343,000 to buy out this competitor. And, I mean, I can protect myself from them by buying more stocks of my own, but they're nowhere close to ownership, and my share price is $75 a share. So in this case, it's not the best use of my money, just simply because they're going to, like, if they have enough money to buy one, they're gonna telegraph that move right ahead of time. It's better if I just save up that money and buy them out, so.
Price manipulations to begin shortly.
What's being
Overloaded
manipulated?
circuits create problems. Bid now to annoy your rival.
I think I mostly just want this to deny it to them.
Sold.
Alright, and...
Off-world shipment launched. Look at all the money.
what is their highest power consumer? I think it's electrolysis reactors. Alright, so glass is starting to head up. Food, as always, is also quite expensive, so we keep going. And we succeed in the hostile takeover. So you sort of got an idea of how it works there, right? You need, first of all, you need to figure out what you need to build your own headquarters and your own sort of, your own stuff. You can definitely afford to buy goods on the open market, but the old maxim, buy low, sell high. You kind of want an idea, if you're relying on the fact that that electronics are very cheap at the beginning of the game, and then you've got like 3 heavy electronics users as opponents, then chances are there's going to be a lot of demand for that particular resource. And what you may want to do is not just produce for yourself, but overproduce in order to take advantage of the fact that everybody's going to be trying to go for this. Alternatively, maybe you can say, well, actually, it seems like there's not a lot of silicon on the map, so if I can maybe corner that market, I'm going to, hey, Nate Cunning, maybe I'm going to be able to corner the market on silicon, and in this case, they're going to have to come to me to buy that. There's a few different ways that you can take it, but the moves I was trying to make were generally say, okay, what's trading for a high value? What do I currently have surpluses of? Is there some kind of good that I can, have greater added value for? So for instance, if I'm stockpiling a lot of water and food is consistently selling for over $200 a unit, it makes sense to say, okay, well, I could sell the water for a low cost, or I could convert this into something like food that people are going to buy. And there were 3 human players three human industries versus 1 robotic one. So in this case, it kind of, I don't know, it seemed a logical move. Alright, this is one thing I really like about this game. So, I mean, you get to see the share prices in that, right? Clearly the one who wins has the highest share price. It tells you what your biggest money makers were. So in this case, Elena had a similar idea, sold a lot of food for money. In the case of Paolo Rubini, sold a lot of power. And Rainy 6 didn't really make a whole lot. And as you could see, right, in this case, I believe this is aluminum. Or no, so this is steel. Steel just simply wasn't worth that much in this game. So it sort of makes sense that the person who's producing this low value commodity is the first one that's taken out. Biggest money sink, as you can see here, power was the one that did them in. So basically they just couldn't get started in this case here. The 2 who ended, myself, Paulo, and myself, glass was our most expensive. Same with Elena. And actually, they paid a lot for glass, although I believe that is what happens with scientists. What else do we have? balance sheet is actually kind of fun. So it tells you what you purchased as opposed to produce for yourself. You can kind of see what happened. I don't think it's possible to win the game and not have the highest net revenue. Purchased, auto-purchased. So usually the game is set up that you'll automatically buy and sell the goods that you need, although this need not be the case. You can you can just say don't produce if you don't have enough. This is a fairly good way of keeping you from falling into a lot of debt. I believe you can also compare it. So like, who is the last one standing versus me? Well, it was Paulo. So what's going on here? Well, in this case, as we know, they sold a lot more power than they bought. Is there anything else interesting on this? I mean, this is like work at this point, so. Yeah, I actually wound up selling, looks like he wound up selling more goods and services than me. Well, there's no services in this game, more goods. Oh, I've actually played the bridge crazier. I know that was for Jesse Quill, but the bridge is really good. Although it is undeniably a puzzle game. Like, you'll probably get frustrated at a couple points. All right, what do we have here? It's kind of neat to see how, actually, so this is one thing I like to do is I'm not usually good at looking at this stuff inside the game. Like, so one major efficiency that I could have done was finding something to do with those remaining tiles. But I kind of like taking a look at the AI, particularly successful AIs, and if they have common buildings. So in this case here, lots of water pumps, lots of greenhouse farms. Now this makes sense because these were valuable commodities and they were ones that the humans needed. Rennie 6 is obviously not going to produce that because they don't need it. But it's sort of nice to just kind of compare what you're doing and seeing, does this difference make sense because of the type of group that you were playing versus what was most expensive. I think I'll just skip over some of these things here. Nobody really got any kind of patents or optim. Oh, hang on. Paulo went nuts on his patents. I didn't really go into this. I've had difficulty working patents into my own games. I've always just kind of gone for something like an off-world trading or like a spaceport. But yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes funny, man, but it's a little. The one thing that I notice about the game is that I always my eyes will gravitate towards the panel on the left because it's stuff I'm looking for anyway. So in terms of the colony consumption, it's one of these things that I'm forced to look for, and just, I mean, in the end, the game just constantly feeds me this information on the general market, which is obviously responding to the players. So this is one thing that I really like is the to see the stock. I just like charts, so you can sort of see the game. I started off with an advantage in the game, and then it just kind of grew. Clearly, a multiplayer game would not look like this because everybody wants to win, and humans are generally better at making decisions and responses to what others are doing. And finally, resource prices, which I kind of find to be the most interesting on this one. So a good example here would be to look at food, right? You see these big kind of spikes, and you can sort of see each time that I like dumped food onto the market. I think you've also got another good example of this with the silicon, right? This is where things started to like boost up, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is valuable and I need some money right now, so it craters, and it never really recovered until we started manipulating it and things like that. So it's kind of fun. I like this sort of stuff personally. I don't know what this white bar is though. Is this supposed to be some kind of an average or something like that? Oh, power. Okay. I never need to worry about that. I don't ever think I went to negative power in that last game, but it's, I don't know. It's good stuff. Oh, I didn't want to do that. All right. I really wanted to do another round of this proof of employment, but it is 5:45 in the morning, and I'm actually feeling like it's 5:45. Like, I wanted to get off of Dark Souls so that I could do a GOG-style game, and I got to do one round of it. Oh, okay, actually, you know what? I'll try doing Proof of Employment. I can't guarantee I'll finish it, but I think this will be the last round tonight just because I am feeling a lot more tired than when I started this. So, anyways, let's try it one more time. Yeah, I did a 6.5 hour. I normally do cast for 4 hours, but this is I'll chalk this up to Kilgore Trout. All right, for long hours. Oh my god, I'm so bad at the scientists. Thanks, Jess.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
All right, for long hours, your and effort have finally paid off. You've been entrusted with overseeing the New Meridian's next venture. They won't actually believe you'll succeed. Is it possible you're actually worth their trust? Only one way to find out. Found a New Meridian Scientific HQ and buy out your opponents. Working closely with scientists can accelerate your progress, as long as you know how to take advantage of their genius. Their buildings can be supplied by resource deposits that they are constructed on. This allows farms to be built directly on a water source without requiring a separate pump. You can also research patents in half the time. All right. You're going to sound... That's fine, Nick. I'm probably wrapping up soon anyway. All right, so let me... I don't play the scientists because I know I'm terrible at them. So... They need... aluminum, steel, and glass. The part that always weirds me out is how I make these combined... these combined things when I have the ability. So I'll try and explain what the scientists do. I just need to think a little bit about how I would build. I think it's just going to be a pain overall.
Low levels of carbon found. High levels of water found. High levels of carbon found. High levels of iron found. Medium levels of aluminum found.
I mean, this is kind of encouraging for this. Okay, well, if I think about this, like, this is going to be taking care of two of my most important needs. Alright guys, look, I'm sorry to do this. I have to stop the game. The backseating is driving me insane. I know it was brought up earlier. I can't handle it anymore. So, sorry, I know not everybody did it. I gotta end the cast. I'm tired, and I can't put up with backseating. So let's find somebody to host tonight. W. Shand is doing streamer versus viewer, and it is Shadow of the Colossus. So one, he has got a lot better attitude than I do. The great thing about streamer versus viewer is you can potentially win stuff out of it. The audience will basically pay to give him additional challenges, and he sort of, I mean, it's a game show basically. So I know Shadow of the Colossus is like a massively popular game on Twitch. W. Shand is a born entertainer. He's a guy who actually does this for a living. So I feel very comfortable kind of getting him in... getting you in touch with him. I'm sorry to end the cast so abruptly, but I am tired, and I mean, that's really all that needs to be said. Thank you very much for everybody's hosts tonight, especially Kilgore Trout. I really do appreciate a lot of you guys stopping by and staying with me. I know it was a pretty short time, and we mostly talked about GOG during that, but if you liked it, I'd love to see you come back. Also, very special thanks to Jesse Quill, El Canoe, Leah2, Blog and Tea, The Rambler, and Johnny Big Time, who also hosted me tonight. Apologies if I see everybody or if I missed anybody else on that, but I will. I don't know. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Thanks.
This... Oh.
The following program is for mature audiences only.
Welcome. Might I humbly introduce myself? I am the Overseer, arbiter of this tournament, a neutral entity from beyond this dimension. Tonight, a terrible reckoning will take place here, in this very spot. I